not saying that. But this whole idea of like, oh, well, the Jews control this, or the Jews do this, or there's more Jews here, or there's more Jews here. Again, I haven't listened to everything that NBC has to say. Maybe he's going to go off on a bunch of anti-Semitic tropes. Pointing out that certain groups do better in America at certain things is not anti-Semitic. It isn't. It oftentimes leads to
anti-Semitic. Part of an anti-Semitic group about Jews controlling the world and having an evil agenda.
Jews control the world.
With that?
The Jews control the world.
I know you don't, but this is a piece of the same thing. We control the banks, we control the media, we control the United States, we control Donald Trump. It's a part of a whole anti-Semitic, weird, paranoid view.
But it's an actual fact that the Hamas lobby is bigger than the Israel lobby. It's a legitimate fact.
No, it is not a fact. So now I got to try to on the lobbies discussion because you don't understand what a lobby is. You don't understand what a lobby is. What's the largest lobby in the United States?
It's the pensioners.
Okay, who else is the largest lobby?
Teachers.
Who else?
Teachers, and then Israel is either 3 or 4.
Israel is about number 40 or 50.
It's not 40 or 50.
Insurance, it's the prescription drug companies, it's insurance. Look, and way down on the list. But by the way, just so you know, that AIPAC, and I'm going to be very clear on this, does not write checks. Jewish Americans write checks. We write checks. And we write checks to members of Congress, because that's all AIPAC does, is members of Congress. They don't do the executive branch. We write checks up to $5,700, which is the limit for members of Congress, and it is bundled by an organization. It is not that organization writing the checks. It is Christians and Jews that support the American Israel. I actually know this more than you do. Okay, write checks to the maximum of $5,700, and they give it as to an organization that bundles it and gives it as support to.
Yeah, it's a super PAC in their top 5 strongest in the United States.
Did I just say how AIPAC is funded? It's individuals.
That's why they're still top 5. It doesn't matter how
they're not top 5. Don't Google it.
Still top 5.
Google the top 5. Not even close. Not even close. I'm not denying it. Anyone can look it up. Anyone can look it up. Look at the top lobbyists in Washington. Have you spent time lobbying? Have you ever knocked on doors in Washington? Do you know who's there? Who's on it? Okay? AOP is one of the top.
Not even in the top 20.
Fucking NPC, I was calling you AIPAC, which is hilarious. NPC, I was going to bat for you so you could open your mouth, and immediately you stuck your foot in it, dude. Yes, I'm a Christian. I'm pro-Israel because they're an ally. Because there's one free country in that entire fucking region. There's one free country. That's it.
Let me say they reflect American values and interests. Defend us, and we can trust them. Let me go.
I will tell you, it's a very important thing. Lobbying is a great thing. It's part of your First Amendment, and you should all exercise your right to petition the government.
Cass, go ahead. What's your phone? Okay, Cass, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you. Why do I have to wait that long? Because some of the people were talking. Now is your
I apologize that you had to wait for 10 minutes.
That's cool. It was like 20 minutes, but
25 minutes, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make it short though. I don't know why people are saying or mixing the point when they say Jews run the world. It has nothing to do with just Jews being good at things. It has something to do with the intention of how and why they want the position they have and how they got it. We all want that position. Let me go though, bro. A lot of corruption, a lot of lies throughout history. They've done a lot of bad things. Now, I'm not talking about all Jews. The structure is Jewish people are real people. And other bad people pose as Jewish people. So they're not, it's not a
Yes, they're not Jewish. They're all Christian now. The Rothschilds.
They converted. Here's the thing, right? I don't buy it's not like people are just saying this now. Everybody's been saying this throughout all of history about
yes, people say bad things of black people too, and I call that racism. What do you call it?
Simple. They've been saying this
Yes,
about.
as people say bad things about black folks, and I call it racist. What do you call it?
What do you mean? What's the point you're making?
Well, you said the people say bad things about people. No, wait, Kaz, I'm asking you a important question. Kaz, wait a second. People enslaved black folks. I call it racism. People said that they were bad things. I call it racism. What do you call it when they call Jews specific things? Whether they call Jews lazy, or they call Jews stupid, or they say Jews are on welfare. I call that racism. What would you call it?
But all Jewish people are not like that. Happen to run everything. They have bad intentions, and they spread a lot of pedophilia shit.
Jonas Salk had a bad intention, Cass. Did Jonas Salk have a bad intention, Cass?
And then they want to lie about things like the Holocaust.
Albert Einstein had a bad intention, Cass.
They want to lie about the Holocaust.
So do we say all people are like P. Diddy and Michael
And
Jackson?
all these companies are really.
Diddy and Michael Jackson.
No, that's my point. All Jews, it's not
I
all
agree with you. So then why would you say it about Jews?
Bro, did you not hear what I said earlier?
Yeah. So I know
It's not
black
all.
folks are
Listen to what I said. It's not all Jews, but
Okay.
Jews at the top. The people at the top doing it, they have to be Jewish.
Okay, who is a Jew at the top?
It's a lot. It's families.
Name one.
It goes
Name
into
one.
families.
Who is a Jew at the top?
I just gave you some.
They're not Jewish, so give us one.
They are Jewish.
No, they're not. Cass, they're not. So give us a Jew at the top.
Who's a Jew
Yes,
at
they
the
are,
top?
bro. They're Jewish.
Dude, it's so fucking I want to be one of these Jews. Okay,
Michael Bloomberg.
Okay, what did Michael Bloomberg do that was bad? He was mayor of New York. What did he do? The city got safer. You don't like Michael Bloomberg? The company.
I don't know. I don't live over there. I was trying to help him.
What did he do? What did he do that bothered you? He said he did evil.
His crime is being Jewish, obviously. That's his crime. She has no evidence, no further statements. She just randomly blurted out a Jew.
Don't say she. I'm just giving an example.
Who's Jonas Salk? Who's Jonas Salk, Cass? Do you know what polio is? Did you ever hear of polio?
The sickness?
Yeah.
What about it?
You don't have it, do you?
Do
Do
I
you have
have
any relatives? Do you have any relatives that had it?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, do you know why they don't have it?
Why?
Because Jonas Salk invented the vaccine so that nobody has it. Figured out how to put it in little sugar cubes so you can have it in school and make sure that no school kids had
It's
it.
important. So you see it like that, right?
Shall I keep going?
The way I see it, here's the thing. This is why there's a lot of
You
confusion.
think we should still all have polio?
I'm responding to you.
You
So
know what he charged for the polio
You're
vaccine?
saying a Jewish person, right?
Yeah. Ability.
Sorry, go ahead. But basically, you guys see it like that. I see it like
Ability.
Sorry, go ahead. But basically, you guys see it like that. I see it like, first of all, they knew what it was. They probably had something to do.
Polio into the world so that Jonas Salk could figure out polio into the world so that Jonas Salk could figure out how to cure it and take credit. Is that what you're saying? I think I just heard him say that. Did anyone else? David, did you hear him say that?
The story you think it is not really that.
I heard him say that, yeah.
You shouldn't trust the vaccines. Point blank clear. All right.
And how do you even react to
didn't
this?
know what polio
Because
was.
these vaccines.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is where the choice of you wanting to listen to this shit comes into play. It's a you problem if you want to listen to it at this point. It's a you problem if you want to listen to it at this point.
Okay, so
I'm not controlling at all. This is what you got to do. That's what happens. That's what happens. Look at the Epsteins. They're all. Epstein's not tied to these people.
You just said all of the Epsteins, guys. Literally, you just said all of the Epsteins.
I said, look at Epstein.
No, you said look at all of the Epsteins.
I said, look at Epstein.
Okay, all right. Let's go one at a time. Let's try to elevate the conversation a little bit. For the record, no, Jews did not invent polio. Jews did create polio.
You wouldn't know if they did?
Yes, of course.
They wouldn't put it in. But
There's no such thing as inventing polio. It's a natural.
No, but you guys did. But Normo, you guys did invent the transgender
what are you
surgery.
talking about? Y'all push that transgender shit in all of
Let's move on. All right, thank you.
Oh my
Thank
goodness.
you for
be real about this.
Let's move on.
It's so unfortunate because, this kind of rhetoric actually is like a double-edged sword. It like hurts you guys, like the Jewish people in the room, to keep hearing this kind of narrative, and it simultaneously just stabilizes like all of your contributions.
Well, that's why I like to say reading poetry on Clubhouse is extremely valuable, because if all you did was listen to R words all day long, well, then you too might become an R word. Your audiobook that you choose to listen to is important. Therefore, use discernment and discrimination to know how much is too much Clubhouse. Hello?
Okay, so here's my big issue with a lot of this stuff. What's happening is that they're creating unfalsifiable arguments. What he's doing is he's creating an unfalsifiable argument. So if you just go, oh yeah, hey, what you're saying is they're creating things, so let's follow it. Then he goes, okay, well, so again with the polio vaccine, like, oh, the polio vaccine was invented by a Jew. And then he goes, oh, well, then polio must have been invented. Oh,
You are.
Yeah, you actually are, dude.
No,
Like saying that the estimated number of deaths during the Holocaust is a lie. That's anti-Semitic, bro.
Textbook anti-Semitism.
But I've heard numbers as high as you mean.
I've heard people say
it's as high as
But we're talking about the person here right now. And the person here right now, those estimates go down and not up. So please, let's not be intellectually dishonest.
But I genuinely think that the mainstream numbers are overrepresented.
Oh, here we go again with overrepresentation of Holocaust victims. Why do we tolerate these people? I do not know.
We're still talking about hundreds of thousands and millions of people. It's still the tragedy. So measuring like a yard instead of
Trying to minimize it is a classic anti-Semitic.
No, I don't care about minimizing it. You guys are taking it so much.
No, it was about his statement. Kaz's statement was about minimizing it, bro.
It's not about minimizing.
We're not talking about people who are not in this room. We're talking about the person who said the statement in this room.
I understand English. I disagree with the way that you're taking it, and the reason why is because they're not doing something positive. I'm not saying that he's doing something positive.
Well, I think it's just your opinion that you understand English, because I asked you earlier if you knew the difference between an opinion and a fact. He didn't know the difference between an opinion and a fact, and he just keeps talking like a motor mouth, like how I'm doing, and we just keep talking over each other, because one of us must definitely have a mental health problem.
I'm going to say this again. I had to take a few phone calls and do a few meetings because I'm trying to control the media and the banks and the world and Donald Trump and polio. So we're going to go one at a time. Universal, please don't interrupt. So for those...
Oh, I just wanted to be a part of the conversation. Sorry.
It's all right. For those who didn't know, Holocaust minimization is a classic anti-Semitic trope. Why? Because it's part of this whole idea that Jews are controlling the story. The Jews are controlling the Nazi trope. And when black folks, in particular, begin to parrot Nazi anti-Semitic lies, it's particularly disturbing because black folks, too, were the subject of discrimination and racism and oppression historically, like the Jews. Now, do we have to keep drilling down into this nonsense of Holocaust denial and Holocaust minimization, or can we move on to something lighter?
The reason why I don't think you guys care about progress. And the reason why I don't think you guys care about anti-Semitism.
Nor talking. What were you gonna say?
This is what I'm gonna say. Yeah, before Abby got on stage, I think I was misunderstood. I was trying to There's a lot of people that you guys are calling anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic. This is the worst thing anymore. Because it helps or if you say that Jews are overrepresented in the media, you have to feel like you're committing a crime. Like, there's certain things that you guys are doing that aren't strategic in my point of view. And that gives people like Kaz more credibility because you guys can't even have conversations. You can't even have conversations. You know,
Hang on. Do you remember welfare queens? Remember that term?
What does welfare queens have to do with?
That was from Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I wasn't alive during that time. I know you were alive during that time, thank God, but I wasn't alive to witness.
Utilization of propaganda.
Too. If I'm going to say that Israel, you're also an anti-Semite, like.
It's an anti-black trope. It says that black folks are overrepresented in welfare. It's a lie.
But they are. But they are.
I agree. This is what you don't understand.
They are. I agree.
You're talking to people that agree with shit like that.
Yes, they are. Alive during the Holocaust. How could you even know about it? Look at you. This is a lot. You will stand for knowing about something.
Why is it?
Is this news to you normal that black people are overrepresented when it comes to
One at a time now, everybody. We can't all hear ourselves if everybody's talking at the same time. Moderators, let's just do it one at a time. If somebody wants to talk out of turn, just put them in the goo, because nobody can hear everybody talking at the same time. It's like a bang room. There's no point in everybody talking at the same time.
Norm, did you just learn something today?
Norm, you gotta control.
No, I'm trying to teach you about racism, and you're proving impervious.
But here's the thing, Norm.
Why don't you try a different strategy?
People say this, right? People say people are racist against white people. Black people don't like white people, right? And I tell them, do you realize only a small majority of
White people don't like white people. Where do you get that from?
Bro, can you shut the fuck up?
Please.
You can shut the fuck up. You look like a thumb, nigga. Shut the
Who is
fuck
that
up.
talking? PC, please.
You are dumb, bitch.
Like the fuck you like a thumb.
Now we got black people on
I tell black people, like, bro, you realize only a small percentage of white people owned slaves back then, right? I'm that type of person. I'm not catering for anybody. And I'm telling you, that 6 million Jews, that's been a folktale in the Jewish community.
Not a folktale.
Listen, let me land it, bro. Before you cut it out, bro, I'm here to listen to you, bro. Just let me say what I'm saying, bro.
Okay. All right. I mean, I thank you for your participation. It's enough already. It's a folktale. It's a lie. It's a Jews are it's enough already. I've heard enough nonsense from this guy. I'm here to tell you that it's a folktale. Okay, it didn't happen, right? I mean, my mother lived through it, but she must have been dreaming. And by the way, all those dead Jews, any minute now they're just resting, and any minute now they're fixing to get up and walk. So, thank God for that. They're all coming back to life. It was all a big misunderstanding.
The craziest part, Norm, is that it's the most documented thing ever. These motherfucking Nazis, they were proud of it. They didn't deny it when they were put on trial. They said we were following orders, but they didn't say we didn't do it. It's the most documented thing of all time. It's like October 7th, the terrorists who go out there and are videotaping themselves raping and killing people, and then people say, oh, they didn't do it. There's always going to be somebody, I mean, God bless Kanye. Kanye said that slavery was a choice. I guess this guy must agree with him that slavery was a choice.
Yeah, but
the only
the thing
explanation
is, when Kanye said that, I believe that people get to say like things that they believe in some instance. But at the end of the day, y'all can talk all the shit y'all want, but people notice patterns. And
At the end of the day, we got pattern recognition seekers, distributors of hate speech like NPC, low IQ baboons that don't read poetry. NPC, what's the last poem you read?
you're going to start alienating people who just have questions.
Yeah,
And when you alienate people who just have questions, it makes the people
you're trying to provoke people.
conspiracy theories.
You're trying to provoke people. You're trying to provoke Jews when you say the Holocaust didn't happen or it's a folktale. 6 million is a
That was another Jew.
Oh my gosh.
You don't have a source.
Yeah, NPC didn't say that. Randy, NPC didn't say that.
But whoever said that it's 6 million is a
Yeah,
folktale.
that person's been
They didn't
removed.
read that in the book, but they didn't. But there's no source for it.
I didn't mean to say baboon there. Could have just said dumbass. That's really what I meant to say. I just seemed like that was the next logical word for me.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronny Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. $1.3 billion to give to Crummy Nod. Part of the CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization for the city is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the guns that don't spin. Cash goes out with locked in. Spin up numbers right now. Stolen numbers like a burden. Transparency on the track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You call it for the people. The doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts. Every story we told. You preach about forever. Then ready is the toll. Whole city in a chokehold. Just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on the pretty blue sky. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the wheels are gonna spin. The cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers in our line. Transparency on the track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every beat. Brandon Johnson is the target. Everyone can be it back. All the prison, all the space. Cash goes out with locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers on the line. Too long to try. It's been too long to see the flash. Brandon Johnson is the target. You stare at the paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out your back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sign your name on the card. Like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with a ready streams. Every promise on paper. Feels sweet to me. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills that don't spin. That were locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers black, black. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story was told. You preach about affordable and raise the toll. All city in a chokehold just to figure out. We got slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in a real time. Not another photo out on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the
Johnson is the test. Every paycheck comes from his head. Who's no care? You ain't no test. Every student has a test. Brandon Johnson is the test. Bringing back the running back. Open the floor, stretch every step. Brandon Johnson is the test. Affordability, just a slogan on a flyer. Red climb higher while you call me an admirer. You brand every critic and then you eat off. I'll always do the math that can't get caught. They don't laugh for a basement riot. Says get fed, they still riot. You run right, just give us men. We're paying out, you get it in. Brandon Johnson is the dead.
What is it? What is it?
What do you mean? What is it?
Is it in the U.S. government? Is atheism within the U.S. government? I just want to know.
No, it's a secular government.
Would you choose a president that's an atheist?
I mean, if they want freedom, then yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Simon is an anarcho-capitalist. Yes, you are.
I'm not anarchist or fucking.
Yes, you are. Everything you describe is anarcho.
You said you didn't call him. You said you lied. You said you like the retard.
I said.
Oh, you didn't say
He
that.
lies about you not being an anarcho-capitalist.
Lies about everything.
I said.
Like,
It comes when it
I
comes.
know some to pass the buck when it
it's
comes to
insane.
I said.
That's what the atheists do.
You just lie all the time.
The sentence. I said.
People
when it comes
ask you
to
one final question
being
before
a theist, I'm not going to say
about the time
you reject the laws of logic. You're stupid. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But if you're an anarchist, especially an anarcho-capitalist, you have evaded so many facts that you cannot, like, I'm being tongue-in-cheek when I call them retards because I know a lot of them, but I think that they hold a stupid and very evil position.
That's projection. That's Simon projecting, obviously.
I wish we could start from the beginning and you actually tell us something substantive that we can like write into here, right? To compare Christianity to, because
Like now, I'm about being in favor of capitalism.
Again, let's repeat.
Yeah.
I was not.
I mean, once a Catholic, always a Catholic.
That's
I
correct.
was like
Correct.
7 years old and like God made no sense.
Same for CM.
God made no sense at the age of 7. What the fuck did you know how to do at the age of 7?
He knew how to determine that he was an atheist because obviously now in his 30s, he's even more intelligent than he was when he was 7 years old. He's grown in intelligence, as you can see.
You can't even tie a shoe at 7.
I'm not sure like 4 or 5.
Don't fuck.
I was tying my shoes at like 4.
Is this your first time meeting Simon as he whispers in his closet as his fiance or girlfriend sleeps in the other room? This is what he does. He comes here, he says nothing. And you guys are wondering why you're frustrated? The man has nothing intelligent to say. Just challenge him to say one smart thing. He can't do it.
Just gonna ask the question.
Exactly. That's why I say he's like a wet sponge. There's just nothing there. You could squeeze it all you want, but you're not going to get anything but some water out of it. There's just no intelligence there. The man is like autistic. He's autistic, basically.
Too much of autism.
Biological lab in Ukraine near Chernobyl, and thus you see the mutant rat freak you know is Abby.
No, she's not from there. She's
Though Simon's not far away. Simon was made in the library near the Ayn Rand section, and Simon actually, anyways, if you guys are looking to discuss God, read a book. If you want to be annoyed, talk to Simon or Abby. I am complete.
Okay, I will give you something to read. Simon thinks he eats 7,000 calories a day and still lose weight. 7,000.
Oh, yeah, eating his girlfriend's box. He's doing that.
7,000 calories. Are you kidding me?
This motherfucker. You have any questions he asked today?
Not only was I actually tracking and giving you exactly.
There's no way. You broke universal laws.
Not really. It's not really.
It's another one of those amazing claims where he just talking to Simon, you will be mistaken. It's not fun talking to Simon. It's not informative talking to Simon. He can't persuade you of anything. It's literally like talking to
Megatron came all over the West fucking.
Yeah, fuck that. Of course. And at the age of 7, you already knew.
No, that's not.
So then how did you know that it was bullshit? What do you mean didn't make sense?
I said it didn't make sense to me. My mom would say there's this.
You're lucky if Voltron makes sense to you at 7, let alone the fucking Bible. Are you serious?
Exactly. Again, I'm not saying I was this like a genius. It's the way it was described to me. It didn't make any sense.
I still don't understand Voltron.
Who does?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's just admit he's the Mozart of R words on this app. He learned all of human history by 7. He learned all of philosophy, mathematics, everything. By 7 years old, this guy figured it all out. So I want to welcome you all back to the Roast of Simon. Let's start the barbecue.
I'm not a Christian because at the age of 7, Thomas Aquinas was just so boring.
Actually, I think Thomas Aquinas is like one of the best. I actually really like Thomas Aquinas.
Great, he's a Christian. All right, Simon. A little bit of time went by, and I'm just kind of wondering what your worldview is.
PTR Megatron. He is an objectivist, while being very subjective.
Imagine being like a 7-year-old and saying, Dad, why do you believe in God? And he's like, well, son, I've been alive for 55 years. You've only existed for 7 years times 365 times 24 hours. You haven't actually read as many books as I have, son. You haven't experienced life the way that I have to know that miracles exist and that intelligence comes from books, my son. But Dad, God is an illusion. You're just using your imagination. No, son, I've been reading books, and you're only 7, son. Please wait till you're at least 50 and read a lot of books and experienced a lot of life till you make your final decision and determination. Thanks, son. But Father, I've read Ayn Rand in the library. Ayn Rand changed my life, Dad. And you never read Ayn Rand. You don't understand about Ayn. She's a genius, Dad, unlike you. Well, son, that's just like your opinion. I hate you, Dad. I wish you were dead, Dad. You're so stupid, you're delusional, Dad. Okay, son, take it easy, son. Take it easy, son. No!
So here's where the real critique is going to want to come in, right? So I'm looking at what he's given me here so far, and I'm looking under what objectivism is in precise terms. So it says metaphysics, reality exists independently of perception, objective reality. Epistemology, reason, the only valid means of acquiring knowledge, rejects faith as a method of knowing. Ethics, now this is the interesting one. Rational self-interest, the individual ought to pursue their own flourishing as a moral good. Now, that's kind of interesting because that same pillar
almost mimics the one from the Secular Humanist Manifesto. So, right there on that, rational self-interest, anybody can rationalize themselves to anything. And the individual ought to pursue that as a form of flourishing, as a moral good, or as a moral good. It's not always going to narrow down to that, dude. That's not objective at all. That's actually kind of subjective and selfish. What do you think of that, Simon?
Currently editing a video, and my girlfriend is in the other room sleeping, so I'll have to whisper. But if you haven't read Ayn Rand yet and determined the difference between object and subject and object, then you don't know how words work, and I have enough time to explain it to you. Sorry, my girlfriend's sleeping, and I gotta whisper in the other room.
You know what we should do, though, Universe? We should study her for like a week, and I guarantee we'll know more about her in a week than he's known the whole time. You want to do it, Universe? Let's see who can reach. Let's see who can reach the epic levels first. All right, when do we start it? Start it now.
Start it now.
I'm not home, so you're gonna have it ahead.
Honestly, I'm actually really.
The fucker's buying a book. He's buying her book right now. I guarantee you, scumbag. He's buying her book right now. Piece of shit. And don't buy it on Kindle either. That's cheaping out. Because then he doesn't have to wait for it to deliver to his house. He's gonna have it like in 2 minutes. Fuck. I'm not even home yet. Rabbi, do you think you could know more about objectivism than Simon in a little time? Because this is his worldview, this objectivism, and this woman Anne Rand. Is that her name? Anne Rand?
No, Ayn Rand. I'm buying the book right now. It's called Objectivism, The Philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Akoff. When we read this book, Simon will become so irrelevant, he'll just disappear.
Yeah, we're gonna know, and what's today, Monday? Yeah, by Friday, we have to give a full decent discount. So,
I mean, I could do that. I would be really
I could do
impressed.
this. I could do this. Yeah, I'm gonna know more about this view than you do in a week.
Okay,
Guarantee it.
I mean, I've been studying it formally for like 8 years, but okay.
Have you?
Yeah.
8 years.
Well, some people read the Bible their whole lives and they never even understand it. So what does that tell us exactly, Dr. Simon?
You kept that to yourself.
Okay, I just bought the book, Ayn Rand Library, the Ayn Rand Lexicon, Objectivism from A to Z, and we're going to test Simon's knowledge of Ayn Rand philosophy.
No, we're gonna debate him on it. We're gonna own him on it. Like, I'm gonna become an objectivist by Friday.
Sure, let's do it.
I agree. I can't wait to see Simon disappear.
Wednesday morning, I'm gonna be debating Universe on this. Like,
Oop, just bought another Ayn Rand book for $4 called The Virtue of Selfishness, the 50th anniversary edition. Have you read The Virtue of Selfishness, Simon?
Yeah, multiple times. You should probably read the Objectivist Epistemology, Intro to Objectivist Epistemology.
I'm sorry, you were mumbling. What did you say?
I said you should probably read the Intro to Objectivist Epistemology. That's
What does epistemology mean, Simon?
it's the study of human knowledge.
And what does objectivism mean?
Objectivism is just the name of the philosophy.
I know, but what does objectivism like? We have the word object, and then we have the word ism, correct? Because I don't think a lot of people know that objectivism is just materialism, like the drum right here in front of me, or the table that my phone is standing on. Those are called objects. And so if I believe in an object, well, clearly I'm an objectivist. If I open up a book on philosophy and it's about a subject, well, then I guess I'm a subjectivist. Can I be a subjectivist and an objectivist? Hello?
hello? Hello?
No.
I can't be an objectivist and a subjectivist. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the R word who's been reading Ayn Rand for 8 years and can't even explain it because he's an R word. And that's okay. There are autistic people that live in facilities for their own safety because they can't actually take care of themselves. But Simon here, amazingly, actually, he works. He has a business or he has a job. But yet again, it's just not fun talking to him because there's just nothing there. I mean, but I could be mistaken. Maybe he's got a hot girlfriend and that redeems him. I hope so.
7,000 calories eating box. I mean, shit.
It's amazing how stupid you can be that you can say there is no God, but yet the word itself exists. And so you can try to define it. Other people can try to define it, but you just say that word is an illusion. It's just in your mind. It doesn't mean anything. Meanwhile, the word God itself can be translated into so many different words. What we're really doing is dealing with highly argumentative people that hate your choice of words or opinions of words. And these are stupid retards, ladies and gentlemen. People that should be despised in society because they're so obnoxious and so stupid and so fucking petty and retarded, like Simon.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. I think these fall under the rationalist camp when it comes to their epistemology. So they'll say words, give descriptions, but they divorce the concepts from reality. So that's why people start with definitions of what God is and all that because they're missing the observation to tie the words to the object in reality.
Thank you for your projection on you don't understand that God exists.
The sun is the God. Okay? You still haven't defeated that. And that's using an objective.
I'm sorry, you completely cut out.
This approach isn't
Well, the sun is not a God because the sun is the source of all light, and without the energy and the warmth, we wouldn't have life here on Earth. That doesn't prove that the sun is a God. My objectivist philosophical glossary and definition told me so. And so, I've refuted your claim with evidence, and I am not complete. Ayn Rand is a goddess, and if I could do Kundalinis on Ayn Rand's toes and every other part of her body, I would have loved Ayn Rand. She would have been the perfect wife, and I hope to God that one day I meet a woman like Ayn Rand who can make all my dreams of marriage come true. I am complete. It's a good thing to be selfish, and if everyone was selfish, then there wouldn't be any selfishness in the world, and no one would try to commit crimes or do anything evil or wicked or harm other people or abuse other people because everybody would be practicing their own form of selfishness. I am complete.
Why is it when I say this sun is a God, they're like, well, that can't be a God because he doesn't have a personality or a person. Like, well, what is that?
I think it's just because people aren't objectivists and they don't understand science and laws of nature and mathematics and philosophy and chemistry and biology, and therefore we have a failure to communicate true definitions. I'm complete.
Wait, math, logic, those things are transcendent. So obviously I could just use that as a God also.
I know, but you have to present evidence to support your hypothesis. If your experiment can't be repeated, well then it's not the scientific method. Without the scientific method, we don't know what is true. That's just your opinion. You don't understand the difference between truth and opinion.
They're eternal. They're unchanging.
Then I think we have to first define what is the difference between truth and opinion.
Truth is based on facts.
But is it your opinion that these are facts, or are the facts just merely opinions? You see, it's a fact that you're in the Matrix. It's not an opinion.
Ask you one final question before I let.
I think we've proven here beyond a reasonable doubt that Ayn Rand most definitely was the closest woman to ever achieve a union with God, because God is very selfish and objectivist and not a subjectivist. And therefore, again, I have to assert that if we could maybe get a genetic sample of Ayn Rand and bring her back to life, she could possibly be the Mashiach that we're looking for.
Wait, so wait a second. So what view are you taking of hers? Because I'm taking the theistic view of Ayn Rand. I'm taking the studies on, how they apply the theist universe.
Well, I've just ordered over 20 different Ayn Rand books, and by Friday I will be a subject matter expert, and then I will obliterate Simon once and for all.
I haven't got home yet, so he's got a head start. That's why I keep talking to him.
I have been studying Ayn Rand since I was 7, when I found out that God wasn't real, just like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. And when I realized that it was my dad dressed as this.
You're just saying that the logic is my God.
You can say that, but that's totally subjective, not objective, and it's your perspective. And so what we're trying to do is find out whether or not there are universal truths, just like there are laws of nature.
The laws of nature, yeah, sometimes they're universal. I don't even know you by laws of nature universal. What is that?
Well, look at your PTR. Clearly something's going on there, and I would say that is reminiscent of the laws of nature, symbols and hieroglyphics, like you said, transcendental, just like Ayn Rand, because when Ayn Rand had an orgasm, it was the best orgasm that a woman has ever had. Now, some might say that's subjective, but I witnessed Ayn Rand have the most exotic orgasm that a woman has ever had in a menage a trois. And see, sexuality and life choices, those things all come into play when we're determining whether or not Ayn Rand is the true Messiah.
So the real philosophical question are the laws of nature, right? Like Newton's laws of motion, general relativity. The twist here is, but these real laws, if these laws govern reality, are these real laws that govern reality, or are they just descriptions and patterns we observe? What are they?
Well, you could go in a ratchet-ass trench room, what we would call a bang room, and they will definitely say that they are pattern seekers and they recognize patterns. So since we all recognize patterns and people bring up the fact that they are pattern recognition seekers and pattern recognition observers, like everybody else, clearly they know the truth, my N-word.
Yeah, but science assumes universality, but it doesn't prove it. It doesn't prove it. Modern science runs on assumptions, like experiments done here apply everywhere. No, they don't apply everywhere. They don't.
Well, have you ever taken the polio vaccine? Because I was just in a room with a Democratic APAC lawyer, Abby, and she was saying that the Jews cured polio, and then an African American gentleman said that the Jews also created polio. So who's right? Who's wrong? What's important?
How do we measure the speed of light? Do you remember? Look it up. Is he still here? Hello? Hello?
Isn't that just like the distance that it takes light to travel between point A to point B?
Oh, wait. And back.
And back? Whoever said anything about going back?
Wait.
No, we don't measure it that way, my friend.
How do we measure it then?
Measure what? How do we measure it?
Hey, Grok, how do we measure the speed of light?
You know, like, Simon, tell us. Is it one way?
I'm looking up a lot on this stuff, and I'm like finding that this philosophy is actually kind of been debunked in a sense. Like when you actually, like I can't remember the other philosopher. I can't forget whose rule it was, but it's a particular rule where you can't violate your own inference rule. So even on the epistemology of the very said, philosophy that you're looking into here, Rand claims reason is the only means of knowledge. Faith is invalid. So like the counter here would be the claim itself cannot be proven by reason alone without circularity. So like you're violating your own inference rule there. And then it's a philosophical axiom, right? So we're getting into a Agrippa's trilemma there. So you're falling under one of the horns of that, and it's not empirically or deductively proven as a result. So like, the system depends on an unprovable standing point while denying all others like faith, that special pleading. So you even have an epistemic faith within this work itself.
That's all it takes, buddy. That's all it takes.
That's part one.
Well, I don't really have the time right now to debate you on this. I'm busy with my girlfriend, and I gotta whisper so I don't wake her up so she doesn't break up with me. But what's important about Ayn Rand is that she was a publisher, and she wrote a lot of books about basically being selfish and conservative because the liberal left woke mob was just taking over society.
That's what she looks like.
Don't judge her book by its cover. Don't judge a book by its cover. No. You don't understand objectivism. And you haven't read enough. You're still just getting home. You haven't read enough Ayn Rand books yet.
Saying that, like, ethics based on rational interest, which I actually critiqued earlier, just kind of getting into it, but it says Rand says the moral good equals what advances the individual's life. So
There it goes.
is grounded in self-interest, and that's conflict. If you have conflicting interests, no objective resolution based on conflicting interests or power or advantage can redefine rational. So you can push the line and say if two rational agents benefit from harming each other, what adjudicates that between them? That's the same shit in the fucking Secular Humanist Manifesto. I'm pretty sure, like this. It's like a rational self-interest, but it's like this democratic, like collective good for everybody type of thing that has the same kind of circular thing going for it.
It's trannies living in a commune. That's all it is. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to.
Dude, I should make a music album called that. Trannies in a trailer park or something.
Nazi, they call them Nazi trannies. So it's such an idiotic thing. Pinheads. And Bob, he's got his baby in the background. He's caring for a child, but he hates life. It's like, dude. Like, how smart does he think he is?
I can't wait until this baby is going to transition. Let's see how much of he is gonna promote transgenders.
Yeah. No, Abby, it's worse. These gay parents don't even want gay children. They want to have grandkids. Think about that.
These gay parents?
No, I'm saying gay parents don't even want their kids to be gay.
Yeah.
That's not true. From an objectivist perspective, Ayn Rand would say that gay parents want their children to be happy, and that just because the parents are gay doesn't mean the children will be gay, and that they should pursue whatever sexuality that their soul tells them to pursue. And we've got Caleb down there who marries men underneath the chuppah, even though he's breaking Torah law, and he thinks he's just trying to make people happy, and he thinks he's doing good in the world, but really, he should try to teach them that why having, anal intercourse with another man, sucking another man's cock is like totally gay. And you should like pursue a woman who will love you. And like they should also understand that natural law means that man and woman together is the true symbol of God, because in the Zohar it says that where a man and a woman are united, there you will find the Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, the Shekinah. And so if you truly want a union with God, or if you're a solipsist, or you believe in Gnosticism, you gotta get with a woman. You can't do it with a man's booty hole. Hello. I did come to the conclusion the other day that basically solipsism is just Gnosticism translated into slopicism. If you think that Gnosticism isn't the exact same thing as solipsism, I mean, I just don't. Can you defend that? Hello?
We call them solipsistic, nihilistic, hard determinists that think they're in a brain about. Solipsistic, nihilistic, hard determinists. That's what they are.
Oh my god.
What, you said they think they're in like a brain vacuum or something?
Well, they say they could be a brain in that.
A brain in a what? A brain in a vat?
They think it's just olfactory experience. They don't believe in this, and they did.
Got it. Well, you know what I really like is books, because books prove to me that time is a concept, and that the now is all important. However, history books are a motherfucker, especially the ones that I'm looking at right now from 1946, because there are a lot of dumb motherfuckers on this app that want to say a lot of racist shit. But when I show them the books, and I show them the pictures, and all the research and the hard work that these publishers put into these books, it will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they are trash, and that they are just here projecting hate speech because they're losers. And I've got books. I'm not saying that I'm privileged. I'm saying I got books. And a lot of people on this app, they can go fuck themselves real bad. Fuck themselves real good. Because they're pieces of trash. Human trash.
Why is Simon leaving? He's still in the audience. At the content audience. Can we, what should we call it? Go over this woman's, metaphysics. Yeah, metaphysics.
I think one of her philosophies, when you see a child drowning in the water, you're not gonna go save it. You're just gonna drown.
So she wouldn't have a fence. She wouldn't have a fence around her pool if she has a child.
No, like maybe natural water. She will just let the child die.
Crazy.
So I Googled, what are Ayn Rand's most controversial statements? This is what it says.
So this is the objective reality, the metaphysics. Objective reality doesn't lead to her ethics. Rand starts with, reality is objective, fine, but that does not logically entail like capitalism, or it does not entail egoism. This is the gap. You move from what is to what ought to be without justification. This is the what problem famously articulated by David Hume.
Government is a menace. She regarded government as a dangerous threat to man's rights, arguing that its only legitimate purpose is to protect against physical force, as discussed on. Yeah.
I figured that one. That's yes,
Also,
I'm gonna protect my rights.
On religion, she equated believing in God with not believing in life, claiming that placing a higher power above one's own life is a sign of lack of self-worth. As they like to say in the community, worth.
Goofs. They got teeth. They got 2 tooths.
She defines femininity as the essence of femininity is hero worship, the desire to look up to men. That's how she defined femininity. She wrote, I swear by my life, my love of it, that I will never live for the sake of another man, nor ask another man to live for mine. That's from Atlas Shrugged. And when Abby was saying that, Anne Randians wouldn't save the dying baby in the river, I think that's a little ridiculous, but that's what Abby does. It says here, the virtue of selfishness, Rand argued that pursuing one's own rational self-interest is the highest moral purpose, rejecting the idea that people should sacrifice themselves for others. So it says it's the highest moral purpose, but is it the most intelligent purpose? Hello?
Well, she negates altruism. So there's no altruism in any of this.
Oh, Steven's here.
Oh, she didn't have any kids? She didn't have any kids?
No, she had 16 abortions. Unfortunately, she couldn't menstruate after the 17th abortion. She was a big member of Planned Parenthood. She herself was an abortion doctor part-time. She got a pension from Planned Parenthood in 1965. Anyways.
She could marry a Muslim because then she'd have to go through the Iddah period, and she would never get a period, so then she couldn't get married to a Muslim.
Speaking about.
She always thinks she's pregnant.
Oh,
here's the fucking critique on this. This kind of just this whole thing just reduces down to like metaphysical individualism. So that's what I'm getting off of.
I mean, isn't all of religion? I mean, I would hope that your transcendental religion would be personal, selfish metaphysicalism or transcendentalism. Or, anyways, what we're trying to say is, oh, Cora's here. Hi, Cora. Don't worry, Cora. I won't hit my bell. Welcome to Is Atheism and Ayn Rand a Worldview?
It says A, not Ein.
Well, Regal's kind of busy right now. Don't worry about it.
Isn't Randianism like a view? I don't know.
It's objectivism. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Another word for atheism.
Oh, did I spell that wrong?
Oh, you spelled it right.
Did I spell it right?
Yeah.
Ayn Rand? No, you got it right. No, you got it right. It's Ayn Rand. Yeah. Ayn Rand.
See, my complaint is that people just don't like the LARPers Club, the book club, the poetry club, the debate club. And so they just declare, there is no God but man, and that objectivism is the truth of the earth. But then that denies subjectivism, which is just subject. So if you just believe in object, but you don't believe in subject, well, then you must just be a deaf mute, a retard, a Down syndrome sufferer, someone who hates the book club. Hello?
What if you think that self doesn't exist in like a real sense? It's just an illusion.
No, I believe in the self with the little s and the self with the big
There's
S.
no distinction between anything. When things are illusional, then there's no real distinction. Everything is just one.
That's something.
I don't think that follows though.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Okay, so explain your non-monistic view.
Because you can just say that it's like a monism with like emergent pluralities. So it's not actually one in terms of its essence. It's one in terms of its like negation or contradictory elements.
Exactly.
So it is what it's not?
Well, yeah, that would be necessary to its identity.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's not crazy if there are true contradictions.
Well, everything has a contradiction. Every argument has its counter argument, just like action and reaction, or art critic
That's right.
and artist. And so there is this dualism and this non-dualism. The non-dualism is what we're talking about when we talk about slopicism, or solipsism, and Taoism, or even Enlightenment, transcendental mythology, and mysticism, like Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the greatest comedian and mystic who's ever lived. Hello?
Yeah, but Barth, you could just hold like non-classical logic for that sort of view to work.
You see,
I'm not a computer that's defragging myself that can believe in true contradictions. So I'm gonna have to operate in the real world.
Well, the point is that like there are examples of true contradictions in the real world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Graham Priest gives like plenty of examples. I'd be like sympathetic towards his view.
No, I get it. I get it. I mean, I'm putting the tarp over my, foundation. They said it's gonna rain. Do I definitely know it's gonna rain? No. Am I gonna take the chance and having to pump out all the water of this ditch instead of just putting a tarp over it with a pump, so that if water does get in there, I don't have to go crazy doing this the next day when I get there in the morning? And I'm still hiring the guy to get there at 5 to check the pumps. So, what if it never rains? Is it a contradiction? Yeah, it happened.
well, again, I just want to go back to the book club, meaning that there is a chemical or a literal biological experience that is happening, which is subconscious, which is the neurotransmitter in your brain as a result of using this app and having these conference calls with other people. And to me, that's the most interesting part of this, that through our words and communication, or our displeasure with one another and our personalities, we can actually create an experience, a happening. And unfortunately, there are just so many people on this app that are just learning English for the first time that you have to realize it's just an ELS support group app for people that don't speak English so good and stuff, kind of like, Zoolander.
Like the ones that say ELS instead of ESL.
Yeah. It's the Zoolander nonprofit book club for kids that can't read good books so good and stuff. And so I have started a nonprofit here on this app and with the state of Illinois to raise money and help people read books again instead of talking endlessly to generate the dopamine. Because the truth is, it would be better if we just read books to each other instead of, yelling at each other and just passing off emotional discharges instead of actual intelligence. I am complete. Ooh, look at Kitty's PTR. You went full blue steel!
Did you see Hillary? This is a perfect example of the abundant hypocrisy of the left.
I love this one.
I think we gotta have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows if they've committed a crime.
Well, it looks like we have achieved a catharsis of complete and total relaxation. I would just like to read from the book Muhammad, Charlemagne, and the Origins of Europe by Richard Hodges. This is page 55. It says, Heraclius's victory distracted the world from the birth of a religious and political movement which was to overwhelm large parts of Asia and North Africa, Islam. When the Prophet Muhammad died in 632, he was barely known beyond the Hejaz. Nevertheless, his movement, reinforced by the economic conditions in the Arabic Peninsula, produced an explosion almost without parallel. Within a century, Islam had tens of millions of subjects from the Atlantic to the Indus, attacking simultaneously on several fronts. Small bodies of mounted zealots ripped into old empires of Byzantium and Persia. By 640, the Islamic hordes attacked the Byzantines, and they had lost Palestine and Syria. In 642, they lost Alexandria. Between 673 and 677, Constantinople faced a series of attacks. 698, it was the turn of Carthage. 12 years later, the Arabs crossed into Spain and struck northwards into Provence. But at the same time, in 717, Constantinople faced its most serious siege yet, which lasted 12 months through a severe winter. After the Arabs withdrew, Leo III, from 717 to 741, the newly crowned emperor, held the city. We may speculate whether this or the victory of Charles Martel at Poitiers in 732 was the event that symbolized the end of the Arab expansion in the West. In the mid-8th century, the vast Islamic empire suffered its first political strains, and the Umayyad dynasty of caliphs was overthrown by the Abbasids, who shifted the Islamic capital to Baghdad. The Abbasids.
Okay, thank you. That was John Kitover. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Cora, are you still there?
Yes.
Hi, how's it going? How you doing today?
I'm fine.
Fine. When you look at that, do you think atheism is a worldview?
No.
Fair enough. Yeah, we were just having this discussion with this guy Simon, and wasn't very clear about that. That's how all this came about. And then he said this is kind of what supporting his views here.
You can't build a world beyond the answer to a single question.
Sure. Anyway, I think I'm gonna jump off for a few. Do you want me to donate the room to you? You can change it around or make set the topics if you want. I'm gonna jump off for a bit. I gotta make dinner, dude. Can't stay on here all day.
All right, have fun.
Hello?
Why is because you have to have an event that immediately affects Americans for Americans to sacrifice their dollar. American consumers.
What if we took away NGOs? Think about it. If we took away NGOs, there'd be less confusion when it comes to moving around digits. My opinion.
No, but in the same way I realize.
Excuse me, hold on, Mr. NPC. I do apologize for interrupting. But I'm hearing a lot of great dialogue talking about issues in California. But but the big thing that needs to be brought up is why is taxation so aggressive over there? Because let's take the most simplistic thing like we're talking it. Why? Because someone convinced a politician that it's going to be bad for the environment. And you can trace it down to, have a good sense of humor. Break down everything that's asked from the state of California, from the federal government, or not from the federal government, but asked in the taxes. And then if you look where it goes into that element, then do a FOIA report, a FISA report, and then realize, hey, why is it kicked to an NGO? Why is there multiple NGOs handling a specific subject? And then when you dive into it, oh wait, why do we have third-party contractors coming in to do forestry surveying? Why do we have third-party contractors coming in doing biological, engineering or biological surveying? Why are we third-partying it? Why? So that way we can find out where the money's being funneled. You're paying so much taxes because, in my personal dumb opinion, and you guys probably going to tell me I'm dumb for saying it, is when you have NGOs, you have an excuse to move money around that they're going to have to, instead of a FISA report, they're going to have to subpoena documents, subpoena the books, figure out where the money's getting tracked. And we all know that could be a 12 to 24-month process. That's simple as that. That's just my dumb opinion. Thank you for the 30 seconds.
Well, where did the $25 billion for homelessness go? We don't even know.
No, listen. It doesn't matter how much money the government wastes. It doesn't matter how inefficient. We have to keep coming up with examples. Anybody have any examples? You have to prove how inefficient the government in California does. You have to anyone else have any examples?
I care because I don't know, because we don't care what that would pay.
Because life is as simple. Politics is as simple as this: get more money from the rich, and everything else is going to solve itself. Once we have more money, it's just going to solve the problems.
No, dude,
It's not about anything other than that.
Minimizing it down to just that is like being disingenuous about what's being said.
It's management of more money and wealth. That's the problem. How do we manage it? How do we tax people with a lot of money? It's something new. It's a new phenomenon. It's like, how old is it?
Well,
Within the last 10 years, people are like millionaires. We haven't seen this before. How are we going to deal with that? We have to.
When you see it in France, in France they did it, and the millionaires and billionaires just left France. That's all that happened.
Yeah, and I don't know what people aren't living in reality. Someone just said that Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet. If you believe, the reason why my name is NPC is for people like you. If you believe that Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet, the richest person on the planet doesn't even report their income. They're probably somewhere in Saudi Arabia or some shit. This is what I'm talking about. When I say these really, really extreme things, that's what y'all are saying. Because when you guys talk about taxing people, you speak in a way as if the government, whether federal or state, has a track history of using that money effectively. If this was Robin Hood, if this was a situation where you're actually taking from the rich and giving to the poor, maybe you could justify it, but that's not even happening. You talk as if that's happening. The government takes $1, it spits out a nickel, gives a nickel to the poor person, and then 95 cents goes somewhere else.
It goes to administering the 5 cents.
It goes, and then you guys speak, and then you guys speak as if speak as if a person wants low taxes, they just are helping the rich. You're gonna make poor people poor, rich people.
I mean,
Would you rather be taxing poor people and then giving it back to Elon in the form of subsidies? Because that's what's happening. You're saying, why would we tax rich people if the government's not going to use it efficiently to give it back to poor people? Well, why the fuck would we tax poor people and give it back to rich people efficiently? What stupid fucking logic is that?
Poor people don't pay taxes.
So
did you know that Elon is rich because of subsidies, because of taxpayer money?
He got rich way before he got any subsidies.
How we stop taxing
People
poor people to give the money to rich people?
Poor people in California absolutely do pay taxes, by the way.
Because he
Even the
I'm a poor person and I pay taxes. I'm a poor person and I pay taxes. And y'all,
like when you buy liquor or a cigarette.
I have income taxes. I have no idea why I have income taxes, but there's something.
Well, they gave us that account.
So y'all, he's not Norm, he's not a Jew, so pretty bad. He's not a Jew. So y'all,
We used to
what
have
I'm saying.
a hierarchy structure that worked. And it worked because it was based on something, the whites created it, and it worked. And those were like the old type of white people, maybe European, with some aristocratic background, but like a pedigree. But when suddenly Americans, like idiots like Bill Gates and Elon Musk, they come into the picture, and then they become like the new types of riches. But that's what communism, like China's communism, is benefiting from. Is like that sort of power structure have now somehow been diminished where it actually worked and they could have nothing against it. But because of these fucking monkeys like Elon Musk, okay, so what?
Wow.
He fucking time. And he does like what?
It's because Elon Musk is African American and you don't.
Yeah, that is filthy. We don't know that.
No, but she's not even coherent.
You have to. It's a mismanagement of your minorities.
We need to make the whites great again in America.
Wait, can y'all? So she interrupted. She literally interrupted me. Literally to me replying.
Can I get in the key?
Like literally nothing she said. And I let her say it because I wanted to see where she'd go, but she's simply incoherent. Like it's what she said. No, because she said
Monkeys are y'all rich?
so why can't I land? She's incoherent. Cannot interrupt me. I'm talking incoherent, by the way. So at the end of the day, if giving governments more money solves problems, the only thing I'm saying is this: the way that the progressive tax system is now, a philosopher can go over if it's fair or not, but we all know that increasing the amount of money that people are paying in taxes, first of all, it's the biggest lie that they don't. These taxes end up hitting everyone eventually. The second thing is that increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the problem. So if increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the social problems that we want money to do, then what's the point of increasing the thing? That's my only point. If we know that, hey, increasing the amount of money is not going to lead to the result that we want, then what's the point of increasing taxes? If it did, I'd have no problem with increasing taxes. What we're going to end up with is people. Exactly.
NPC, can I make a minute statement to you? Just a minute one. The reality is, okay, yeah, we have taxes, but a smart man knows how to play the taxes. Just read, like Mr. Normo said to you, if you want counseling, talk to him. Freaking a simple Edwards jug or even a money guy or gal will sit there and talk to a company worker. You don't have to be a small business guy or gal. You just gotta be smart with your money. I'm just trying to help you out.
That's right.
The reason why I'm saying that, boss, is I'm gonna say this. Orange Man said this in 2016 when he was asked, but your friends all got the same government tax write-offs. Why? Because they put it in place. You don't have to be a billion
government. Yes, he got government. He got money from the government. You know what he got it for? He got it first for SpaceX because he was doing something the government couldn't do. Now, the left likes to talk about all their NGOs and all of these organizations that get billions of dollars of government to carry out policies that the government wants to get done. And when it's doing something like helping feed poor people in East Mongolia who need education on the difference between leftist and right, and leftists, need to be educated on leftist queer artwork in New York City as it developed in the 1950s. They're happy to fund governments like that. But when it comes to Elon Musk,
I want to see pictures of lesbians doing scissors. Why not?
They funded him because of SpaceX and all of the satellites and everything else and the advancement in space technology that he was providing. The second thing they funded him for was for Tesla, which what has the left been pushing for years?
Electric vehicles.
Oh yeah, electric vehicles. And so they gave him, like every other state, like every other locality, they gave him tax benefits. Why? Because if he didn't do it in California, he was going to go to Tennessee or maybe Arkansas. Guess what? There was competition between the states. So yes, he got money to do those things. And
That's right.
So that people, us the consumers, would benefit, number one, from the space technology that the government couldn't do, and number two, from electric vehicles. And those are things that I think, forgive me for my extreme example, but I think those things are more beneficial to us as Americans than, say, trying to teach a mother in East Mongolia about the history of what this
They're drag queens. Drag queens.
Thank you.
Drag queen story are in Afghanistan.
What? What is that? Is that a thing?
Yeah,
So the U.S. government funding like transgender plays in Brazil.
Studies and all that, yeah.
But that's fine.
Oh, was that why George Santos was in Brazil?
Well, I mean, like wouldn't that just come from a different part of the budget?
Yeah, that really comes more from
And like we have no
but it's still taxpayer money in spirit. But my question to you is what do you think about?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not so. No. So if it's not taxpayer money, what is it?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
It is. It's outlined in the budget.
No, but what else?
In Congress, this has been outlined in the budgets. All of this weird spending for shit like that.
Sure.
Well, even if it goes abroad, it doesn't mean I should go to stuff.
Wait. So this is I like to have real conversations. So Xerxes, given what everyone has said, let's assume that let's assume for the sake of conversation that increasing the amount that we tax rich people isn't gonna solve our social problems when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to education. Let's assume
already failed.
Can you let him ask the question? Thanks.
So my question is, if we are looking to tackle these problems without raising taxes, where would you start? Or do you even think it's possible?
Reallocate funds from the police.
Police?
Number one. Yeah, this is not. Well, this is not like
never mind.
This is not like a defund kind of situation, but I do know that there's like an immense amount of like unnecessary tensions. Excuse me, no, this is not. No, if you guys are gonna ask me a question, please at least let me answer. Okay.
Why would you take money away from the police?
I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it.
Let her explain.
Yeah.
So
I
know that
working men and women.
No, I'm taking money away from things. God, do you guys do this all the time?
Look at you like that. They not fleet?
I'm sure they do. So helicopters, new fleets of Teslas and Chargers, things that are like not actually necessary, and like not. Oh my God! Can you shut up, David? Can you shut up? Can you shut up? Did somebody ask you this question? Thank you. And just taking, just taking like, shaving off a little bit each year and just reallocating those funds to somewhere else, to lots of other places.
No, but okay, so
schools primarily.
So built into the question is the premise that money can't solve the problem.
Yeah.
So
No,
can't solve the problem.
I made the hypothetical. How are you going to tell? The hypothetical is that adding money won't solve the problem. So taking away money from a police officer's new Tesla, or making sure that the sheriff office of Bay County doesn't get a new tank, like taking away like making sure that they don't have any access to nukes and taking away their money, like the police making sure that they're gutted. No, because they're a terrorist organization. We're talking about the police, the worst people in the world. So taking away money from those people is not going to do anything, because my question is, money can't help the situation. How can you help other than money? No matter how much money you add,
and risking their lives every day for like people like me. So I don't know whatever kind of mindset you come from, but I don't think that's fair.
So long story short, the hypothetical situation is you can't add money anywhere. You can't take away money from anywhere. Adding money is not going to solve this problem at all. What would you do to help the problem?
Nothing moves without money, dude. Sorry.
Volunteering.
That might work somewhere else, but nothing moves without money.
Doesn't help. I mean, like, for example, improving spending, the more you spend on a school doesn't mean it's going to do better. In fact, there's like a minimal amount you need to spend. But Bill and Melinda Gates ended up figuring this out well over a decade ago. And they ended up realizing, well, it's you have to focus on a lot of things outside of the school to really make any kind of fucking difference. And often that could be, well, it's so there's so many things. What control can you have? Like, for example, how were you raised? What kind of parents do you have? Are they even around? Do you have what kind of environment do you have? Money can't even change that.
It can.
No, it can't actually. I mean, for example, No, it can't. I'll tell you why. When I was working with the mentally ill population here in my county, you had the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community, which has very large casinos and spring training facilities. They bring in a lot of money. Everybody gets a per cap check every 3 months. Mm-hmm. They make a lot of money. Now, they had a lot of issues. This is intergenerational. What they ended up having to do is once the per cap checks were coming in, they're like, oh shit, they're partying. There goes the domestic assaults, the drunk driving incidents, everything. But they're still not doing any better. The kids are still fucking up. They ended up having to put a whole bunch of these people on forced payees to make sure that they don't go out doing drugs with their money. They had to get a bunch of services basically to help the kids and to do a lot of foster parenting, honestly. And so and we don't have the ability to do this for everybody in America. So
I'm not talking about everybody in America. I'm talking about California. What everybody else in America wants to do is fine. Yeah. So when I say like putting things into schools, this means like reintroducing like post-elementary after-school programs, something that I think actually disincentivizes young people to continue their education, to stay engaged. They don't have places to go, so they run the streets. Like things that like people like Alan and maybe and Alan and Normal kind of, had these structures. It's not about what the school's job is. They asked me how else could it help, right? So like when I say school, so when I say school, I'm sorry, Normal, I didn't hear what you said.
What structure do I have?
Oh, like, okay, so like back in the before times in the 1900s, like you guys had like social programs, right?
I don't think
No, there were none.
There were none.
We had a lot less social programs in the first half of the 20th century than we did in the latter half. A lot of people don't really realize this too. A lot of those immigrants that you saw come here from Europe, a big chunk of them ended up having to go home because there was zero safety nets for them. And so poor people were a lot poorer back then. But even then, you can save money and all these. But why is one of the poorest communities in New York City? Why are their kids? Why do they outperform every other group? And that's the Chinese. Literally, more than half of them live under the poverty.
I have a question.
They do better than every group.
I don't know, dude.
It's because the Chinese control the media.
It's cultural. I mean, they have the whole party.
There might be cultural pressures from the parent to achieve.
Well, then maybe there's culture that needs to change in America too, because it seems like it's not money, it's culture.
Wait, did you just say the oppression? Did you just say the oppression to achieve?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I said there might be cultural pressures to achieve. Like this is like a common narrative amongst migrant, refugee, and immigrant people.
You're right. But like so my thing is like, all right, so we don't really have any answers on what to do other than add more money and the problem's gonna go away. But
what? No, I was in the middle of giving more answers before I got jumped.
Oh my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all good.
But you can go ahead. I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Like incentivize more I guess like extracurricular support for kids that is like low to no cost. And this is not like just like straight up babysitter shit. This is like, oh, let's build leaders type shit. You know what I mean? Like if the world's gonna be STEM, let it be STEM. If the world's gonna be politics, let it be politics. Definitely increase civics classes and make like that compulsory learning. Like up and down, offer free classes.
Like an electrician or something.
Okay, yeah, and that's cool. So make sure that the opportunities
how
British
making.
This doesn't improve.
Well, what about the current homeless? No. What about because like.
You don't want to know my thoughts on homelessness. This is probably
I'm
the worst person in the world.
No, I mean the current homelessness, like the current homelessness. How are you?
Okay, Othello, did you hold on, NPC? Othello, did you have something to say? I'm sorry, I'm talking too much.
No, I was saying that they don't want to know any of your thoughts because they keep talking over you every time you speak.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. I have a twin sister, so I'm used to being spoken over.
I'm just curious though, because if you were to look at the people that you see sleeping in tents and that kind of homelessness out in California, like once again with that job that I had, this is something that was always talked about. And California is kind of a dumping ground for a lot of those people for correct reasons. These are what we consider long-term homeless. The vast majority of homeless people never end up out on the street like that. These are almost all people that are seriously mentally ill, drug addicted, but oftentimes both. That is a population that is incredibly hard to deal with. So, like, I can give you an example. You can put the seriously mentally ill here, like in my county. You can find a place for them to live. We have funding for that. Now, if that seriously mentally ill person wants to do drugs, they can't do drugs where they live. Staff are they'll get kicked out. They can't have drugs at a federally or state-funded program. And so where do they go? On the fucking street. And it's this very sad situation, but a lot of this is, it's not as simple as it looks. But when you look at California, they waste so much fucking money. It is, I mean, taxes, it's robbery in
So I have a question for you, Pepe. In this case, is it okay for the government to scoop them up and fuck them somewhere else and not let them fucking shit all over your streets, bring the fucking property values down, and it's like almost like they're doing some political parties' bidding, and that's why they're allowed to be doing these things, because to be honest, they probably could, if they wanted to, if they really wanted to, they could be rehabilitated, but sometimes these people don't want to be
There's usually, the
But
relapse.
if they don't,
It usually takes multiple attempts if they ever get
put
clean.
them
That's the
somewhere.
reality.
Why do they have to do it in fucking prime location and shit on everybody else's parades?
Michael Jordan.
Okay, so Pepe, I'm just gonna address quickly what you said, and then we can move on. Like, homelessness for me is like a different type of issue. As a person who was homeless during the pandemic, I learned a lot about homelessness. I learned how invisible you feel and how people treat you, and I wasn't mentally ill or drug addicted. I definitely lost both my parents during this time and 5 of my family members. And so, you know, if I were built of tougher stuff, I think I would have easily sunken into the place that's claimed, you know, more than 260,000 people in California. So to me, the way to address this is to do it before, right? So like for the people who are about to lose their home, they're likely mostly families or struggling whatever entertainer thing. Create pathways so that is not as much of a future for them as it definitely is here. I can't just think of, you know, of what those things might be right now, but I'm sure that it's better than, you know, asking for money and then being like, poof, it's gone. I understand, you know, what everybody's been saying about missing money and promise projects and stuff. So this is one of those ways. Like, homeless prevention is a way to prevent, like, not just, you know, family, but people entering into a space where now you are drug addicted, now you are mentally ill, now you're slipping. And for a lot of people who are homeless, you don't want to leave homelessness because it offers you a pathway to freedom, as opposed to being locked up in a system where you have to follow people's rules, and that's not something that you've been used to for the, I don't know, X number of years you've been homeless, right?
I can kind of get what you're saying, but I just want to make one little point. That's when I say mental illness, you're almost always referring to the SMI system, seriously mentally ill. So that's going to be schizophrenia and that kind of stuff, which it always precedes the homelessness. And the drug addiction, they usually end up, I don't know if you've known drug addicts, but it's often, and their life ends up spiraling. They end up not being able to keep, you know.
Yeah, I'm aware. It's incredibly hard to battle back from that, for sure. So I would also bring back mental health facilities, aka like the loony bin, but make it like less inhumane and more ethical. You know what I mean? The reason they closed down in the first place.
The problem is that our fucking population is like spiraled out of control. It's like maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago, it would be easy just to put people away in like these asylums. They were like almost like, you know, like 4-star hotels. But today, it's like there's so many of us everywhere.
No, they really weren't. I don't know. Maybe that's on the East Coast.
There's so many of us. So even if it's like, let's say society was trying to like deal with like that part of their communities, it's like, how are we gonna find funding for that? Where are we gonna put them? And it's like, but maybe some more emphasis.
Well, no, she's like,
put on this instead of like, you know, maybe we have to come to that.
What she said she felt invisible when she was homeless. Now, that is almost entirely true of the homeless and seriously mentally ill population. They tend not to be civically engaged. They tend to have no fucking voice anybody will listen to. Nobody is gonna, you know, unlike, I don't know, some of the lobbying groups who are gonna fucking hound all of the politicians to get, you know, favors and, you know, spending on things that will benefit them and help make them more money. The homeless they have nothing.
I mean, yeah, unless, you know, and it's hard, unless you are a person who is like, you know, was civically minded before you entered homelessness. I mean, like, once that time in your life levels out, you become, I've seen, incredibly energized to speak on other people's behalf. But yeah, I mean, like, it's a grueling process, and like, you know, I'm kind of split. I think a lot of people come to California, especially Southern California, to just kind of use it up for its wares. I wish those people would go back to where the fuck they came from, instead of being on meth in 6 months and becoming homeless. I wish that this wasn't a city of dreams that makes people delusional, so that they could go back to Iowa, Montana, Idaho, Ohio, Kentucky.
I would much rather be in Southern California than.
Of course, because it is actually climatically more lucrative for people to be. You literally will. I mean, like, weather-wise, you are less likely to die. Other people, good luck to you, but at least you won't die in the snow and nobody will find your body until it thaws. Okay, so like, I understand that part, but it can't continue to be like that with just no services for those people to actually actively engage in, right? And all of that takes active work, and it takes people who actually are dedicated and really care about the state. And I don't think, the one criticism I will make right now of the government in California is that I think we have like some politicians on both sides and in the middle, shout out independents and fucking libertarians, who just don't give a fuck about the state, and they care about power, and they care about their voice, only theirs, right? And their families, and like the intents of their of their legacy, their lineage, or what they came from, or whatever. And really, the state's too big for it not to be a collective effort, and for people not to, kind of not work together, but just, be down to be progressive and move forward, trying whatever. So, there are a lot of solutions that could help a lot of things. Is any of that shit gonna happen? No. People only respond to suffering, so may the best man win.
And sometimes I remember, so I have this one coworker. She doesn't eat any processed food, okay? Our office is on the 13th floor. Okay, we have elevators, really, really high-tech elevators. Every single morning, she elects to use the stairs, okay? She's rich as hell. Like, she's rich as hell. She's like 65. She's like the most healthy person I've ever seen. No sugar, no processed foods. And it's not because she's diabetic. She's just super, super healthy for some reason. And she saw me eating a Pop-Tart, right? And when she saw me eating a Pop-Tart, it was like I was eating sewage. Like, she was like, oh my God, how can you handle that? That's too much. That's too sweet. To me, it was heaven. When you look at some homeless people in California, they're in heaven. There isn't any money that you can give them to not make them an addict, because that's what addiction is. Coming from a former addict myself. Like, that's what addiction, it's a mental health issue. So the reason why I asked you the question I asked you, Xerxes, is because through this conversation, we're starting to realize that there are so many human problems that are much bigger than writing a check away. And the homelessness is one of those problems. They actually have access to services. A lot of them don't want to live within the perimeter to receive those services. You can't force them to. You can't put a gun to their head. The other problems we're talking about, the home issue. The reason why the homes are expensive in California is because the people who are upper middle class who own the homes are really the middle class is keeping the lower class out of owning homes. It's not even the rich. It's not even BlackRock. It's middle class people wanting to have their homes appreciate, so they're just against multifamily properties in their neighborhoods, which increases artificially the price of homes. That's why the single family home issue in some parts of California is an issue. And that's because of democracy. Like, people voted for that. So you can't take that away, because it's not rich people who are doing it. It's middle-class Americans who are fucking doing this. So there's so many problems that are just bigger than you just putting money at it and then it goes away. These are human
reallocate funds, or when I say tax whoever, right? It's not just like suck up the money and then like.
So when you talk about money, though, it's not, when you say reallocate,
I'm saying,
when you're saying tax.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm saying this discussion's over. I'm money back. It can go anytime.
Yeah. When I say that, I mean like there has to be a flow of where the money goes. It has to be efficient. People who are trustworthy and not crooks, which is a problem in different places here, have to be in charge of this stuff. And there has to be like a set of checks and balances. and an efficient model of getting this stuff rolled out, not just because the World Cup is coming, not just because the Olympics will be here in 2 years, because people are suffering, whether it be in the sun or in the shade. So
the dude, his name is Sam. He's the dude who created FTX, and he's in jail for stealing all of money. Yes, Sam Altman, right? So this is what makes me uncomfortable.
You're saying it's Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried, that dude. So what makes me uncomfortable is that certain people have a higher sensitivity to the greed of the private market, but they don't have that sensitivity to the obvious corruption, greed, and the same things happen within government. At least in the private market, when a person's being greedy, they're greedy with something that they earned. They might have earned it by cheating, or a lot of them don't cheat.
NPC, can I just say something? I just
No, baby. Why ask a question and not? No, you can't. You can't say something. And then Monica's after me. So the whole thing I'm saying is that
it was purposely. But
actually, then you go now. Monica, you want to go now? Monica.
Yeah. Hey guys. Scotty, is this your room? It's a great title. Very interesting. Y'all are on homeless in California though, so I do want to talk about the topics. Are y'all ready for us to circle back, or you need me to wait a little longer?
No, that's what we're talking about.
Incentive, Monica.
Alright, so I think it'd be foolish for Trump to resign now. Joe Rogan was at the White House Saturday morning talking about Ibogaine, which has an effective mitigation rate for addiction at the first dose, 80% allegedly. We should investigate that. It also might be effective in depression, and we know that liberals, strong leftist liberals, have the higher rates of mental illness in our society, so that will be great. Yeah, I think it'd be dumb for him to resign. I'm ready to see what's next in store for us.
So, okay.
I mean, like, liberal-minded people have a higher rate of mental illness because they're diagnosed?
No, so my sort of my 2 cents to this would be like, well,
I think it's because they're crazy. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but it's like,
well, that's an unsubstantiated
I don't say crazy anymore.
I don't do unsubstantiated claims, Thirsties.
Even if you prove it, it's going to move on to something else. People on the left have, she's just going to say that they get more and we ignore ourselves. But my thing is this. It seems, I just rather prefer if people are just against big money. It doesn't seem like people are against big money. They lost $25 billion.
Against big money. That's what
wait.
this country is.
But you just said why are you interrupting me? It drives me crazy. Like it actually drives me crazy when you do it. Because the way you communicate is so schizophrenic. It makes me schizophrenic. You're the person I hate when I interrupt because you're incoherent when I interrupt. Can you stop interrupting me, please? Stop it. Bad. So the only thing I'm saying is that you look at $50 billion. $50 billion. We can only account for $25 billion. So let me put this into communist language.
And the homeless population went up. The homeless population went up during that period.
We also
almost $25 billion. Imagine if Elon, if there's 25, if you took a clone machine and put 25 Elon Musk, 25 Jeff Bezos, 25 rich billionaire, right? 25 Donald Trump. We're not talking about unrealized gains. We're talking about natural.
Can you stop?
We're talking about
liquid.
Every single time she does this, I feel like I have to restart, and it just makes my submission so much longer. I should not be talking this long. It's weird. The only thing I'm saying is that it seems like, given a person's political disposition, they're against corruption in the private market, but they're not against the biggest. If this ever How do you lose $25 billion in the private market? If you lose $25 billion, that's going to be on the front page of Forbes, and every single NBA is going to learn about it for the next 100 years. How do you lose $25 billion? We're talking about liquid money. We're not talking about, oh, you're a billionaire because you have stocks that haven't been sold yet. We're talking about $25 billion liquid.
With the baby?
And these are the same people who are like, just give them more money. They'll be fine. Just get a person who won't fuck it up. They already fucked over $25 billion on homelessness. And it didn't even go to that. So my question to you is like, do you ever have the critiques of the government when it comes to that? Like, is there a difference between private corruption and public corruption? How are you talking to me? Yeah.
I mean, like, as a civic-minded voter, I'm hella critical on all politicians, whether they're on my side or not, whether they speak to the things I want or not. Well, I'm a Democrat, but oh no, man. Yeah, I'm a Democrat, but I mean, like, I grew up in a politically subversive household. My mom was a Black Panther. My dad fought in Vietnam. I've been reading Kafka and Ayn Rand and all of this stuff since I was like 10 years old, bro. I'm not new to the game. I don't trust anyone.
The government can save you. You're for revolutionaries. You don't trust the government a bit.
Because what I've learned in my history of activism is that there are many places for many people to fight, right? There are public places for people to fight. And there are inside places for people to fight. And I prefer to break things from the inside using their own tools. So I will do that. And I do that. And I encourage people to do that, right? So I believe, despite, I don't know who else is like Black, but NPC, if you've ever heard like other Black people say like, I don't vote because our votes don't matter because the government doesn't like us, blah, 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 XYZ thing, right? I'm the person that's like, have you heard that before? I don't want to just...
Yeah. So I fuck with your ideology.
I'm the person who's like, no, dude, this is what they want you to believe. The more you believe this and the more you proselytize this, the worse things get, not just for you, but for every person, okay? And I take it further, and I
say this on the chat. Say that on the chat.
Yeah, so I take it further and I do things, I create things so that I can stay safe, because I was like a public activist. I've been shot with rubber bullets, tear gas, all of that stuff. I don't really want to do that anymore. Really dangerous. I love breathing and living, but I still do want to fight. So every election year, whether it's the midterms or federal elections, I will create entire voter guides, and I will call every single person that I know in a night who I think doesn't understand legislative text and explain them and ask them, do you understand? Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to engage? And they can take that information to other people, right? Because I care about what things do.
I love that. I love that you create a voter.
No, but I like your history, but I don't think that. What about government? Because when it comes to the lack of trust for private actors, we understand that people can be greedy in the private market. But what about?
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, I've spat in the face of governors on the steps of my city hall. Please don't think I'm like playing games with these people. If I see corruption anywhere and I have the ability to speak or do something about it, I do it.
Okay, so the way that California is right now, they don't have to raise a single increased tax dollar. They can solve all the problems right now without raising taxes at all, and that's just the fact of the matter.
How?
So if your mind abundance, there's a book out right now called Abundance by Ezra Klein. Read Abundance by Ezra Klein, and you can figure out how to be a successful integrationist. And the way to be a successful integrationist is by having a government. You cannot be a status quo person.
Having a what government?
Oh my God. Efficient government.
Oh yeah.
You cannot be an integrationist without having efficient government. Because if you don't have efficient government...
Gaslighting everyone who's smarter than you.
What?
Okay, he'll stop now. He promises. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you don't have efficient government, what you're going to have are people who criticize the government justly because they're inefficient. And then you're going to have people who defend the inefficient government just because they're satisfied. You're going to have what you have right now. So you get the worst of both worlds when you have inefficient government. You don't get the benefits of a government, and people who want to tear the system down are legitimized, and chaos doesn't really help that many people. So this is the issue with Democrats. They don't treat government inefficiency like the crime against humanity that it is. Because government inefficiency is what I'm calling it to be nice. The majority of this shit is not inefficiency, it's just corruption. Government inefficiency should right next to
sorry.
I'm about to land. Elon Musk is the worst person who was ever born, right next to maybe Jeff Bezos. Right up there should be government inefficiency. I want you to hate government inefficiency just as much as you hate Jeff Bezos.
Yeah,
that's what
I just I think the grace that you have heard from me, you guys have heard from me, is my thoughts of like, well, if I, there's always the question of if you were in control, right? Like if I were to do it, how would I do it? And the thought becomes suffocating over time. I've been asked this question several times over several years, and it makes me like consider the complexities of different offices, right? Like, what could I actually do? Even just knowing some people who work in government now, right? Like one of my friends who I used to dance with was running for office, and I yelled at him. I said, well, like, why would you want to work for these people? What do you mean? Like, are you okay? And he's liberal, but still, I asked the question, like, like, I don't know, like, is your soul good, bro? And he was like, I just want to expose these motherfuckers. And I was like, oh, you're never gonna get anywhere if that's your goal, right? And I'm happy I was wrong. Because he absolutely did get elected, and he has been exposing these motherfuckers left and right for like a few years now, so much so that they want him gone. He's young. He doesn't give a fuck. He uses all of the things that the young people like to see, big old billboards, memes, all of it, to just expose the corruption and to what. No, these are real victories because he's showing people raw data of like charts of how much money is being spent in the county on different things and how little of that goes to us and what they can do.
By the way, your friend is amazing.
Well, a lot of people don't know that.
No, but a lot of people find out. Xerxes, even when they find out, one of the reasons you're different, you actually you're a good sport to talk to. Most of the times when we tell people who are left leaning about the inefficiencies of California, it's almost like they act like they don't hear it. Like people know, it's an open secret that California is probably the worst, the least efficient state government in the country.
Well, I mean, like, I have to be honest, this is like, it could be true for any people who are, I guess, like, nationalistic to their state, right? Like, I could say the same thing about Kentuckians who refuse to believe climate models despite the fact that their shit got rocked 2 years ago, right? Like, you literally are living on stick huts because of floods, and you think, like, oh no, like, let's not even hear any of that, right? Our governments believe the same thing, right? There's no such thing as climate change. We don't have to prepare for shit. Okay, what I do is just stop talking to them about it. That's what you want, right? I do this with liberals in my own state, conservatives in my own state. You guys know I'm not gonna waste my breath on people who are willfully ignorant. I'm gonna talk to the people who want to move. Again, things I learned from being an activist.
New world. It's a new brave world, by the way.
She's talking about what's called a persuadable. She works on a political metric known as persuadables. People whose lives she can make a difference in, and with the information and experience she has that she provides.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And I don't really care like what side you're on either. Like although I exist, on the left, I don't, unless you're actually just being a fucking like bigot, racist, or an asshole, I'm still gonna give you the time of day. I'll still engage with you. Honestly, in good faith, all those things, we can talk about it. We can walk away, shake hands, be friends, whatever it is you want. We can do all of that stuff as long as it equates to like movement, right? What I can't do is people who are stagnant in their ideas. I don't care if your ideas are like the only people that matter are women, and we should only fight for women's rights. This is the most important thing to me. That's stagnant. I'm sorry. Like, there are tons of people suffering. As a woman, I understand the plight of females. And it's real, right? I'm not dismissing it, but like, also, what else? No. You know what I mean? Because the what else is what gets us, to tie our shoes and to start walking. I'm just not, I'm no longer interested in people who are just here for a fucking ride, bro. Like,
You know what? Something that you said kind of, and maybe y'all want to know more. I haven't seen climate change, but I haven't.
You know what? I really hate that about that. Some people within the black
Maybe. Come on.
Also, the thing is, it's a proof of low IQ because it doesn't take you anywhere.
Don't take the bait.
It doesn't take you anywhere. All it does is always just take you back to square one, back to square one, back to square one. Because it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. I don't know if it comes back.
So like 200 and go back to go.
If it comes back, but even if it's proud, if you're proud of something, it's like but then you're like, oh, okay, something is being done wrong in the wrong way, but because I'm proud, I want it to be done in the right way. But so what is it?
That's subjective. Right away is subjective.
What is it? No, what is it with you? It's like even your women, like your women can figure it out. Like, but you keep trying and you keep trying, and if it doesn't work for you, you just gaslight. And then you're like, oh, it's the Jews' fault, oh, it's the whites' fault, or it's Trump's fault, or it's like whatever. But it keeps, and then you get on an American side, you get overrun by the fucking.
How about we stop fighting for those fucking faggots
who have not even married them, who used to be like lawn mowers. They even have more credibility than you fucking people who had credibility by birth.
Just so you know, we've not had Mexican immigration into the United States since 2005. The people we catch are Guatemalan, Honduran, Ecuadorian.
Why people like put you up, like on a.
Nobody put me up. I live on the border, lady. You're talking about this Marshall meeting. Can you either put her in the audience or just ignore her? Because I don't know why you're wasting your time,
Xerxes put her in the audience.
I got it. It's done.
That's what happens.
Oh, I thought you weren't going to do any moderation without top left's permission.
Hold on.
The guy gave me permission.
That's what happens when you come in these rooms with a certain agenda and you fail to follow
He's
the
coming.
conversation. And so, BB, man, you have this agenda to attack black people, and it's like we're not even there.
I love black people.
Let her talk. Let her talk. Put her down.
I'm a fucking person. I open my door.
If you want to hyper focus on, that's fine.
Look, if we just shown you.
Okay, I'll just finish what I'm saying.
Sick, awesome.
Put a button in there.
Yeah, just have to nip it in the bud. Stay on topic, man.
Like, okay, so some of y'all have amazing listening skills, but when a person's being, so the only thing that I'm saying is that I was gonna pivot over to climate change because I haven't seen a climate change room. And Xerxes, you were talking about climate change, and I haven't seen a climate change room in a minute.
I thought it was global warming.
Yeah, I just
it was global warming, and then they had to update the lie.
Well, I don't talk about it anymore because for people who don't either understand or have a firm belief in climate change, it's just there's nothing really to say at this point. And for people who do, we all know that, it's pretty much a wrap.
Let me ask you two questions. Is the climate changing, yes or no?
Well, the climate is always changing every
No, is the climate changing, yes or no? It's a reason.
Yes.
Okay, correct answer. Can spending more tax dollars solve it?
But while money can't solve climate change, and we are far beyond the point of solving climate change, it is now about mitigating. 1 second, please let me finish my answer. So now it needs, the conversation, at least for the people in the North, needs to be about mitigating harm and potential fatalities.
But why is most of the agenda, at least from the governmental part, about increasing taxes if money can't solve the problem, if it's already too late? Whatever reason, whether it's natural, whether it's man-made, the same scientists that you believe in have said that you can't reverse it. So what's the point of increasing taxes because climate is changing?
So when you, I'm assuming that the tax dollars, or whatever fund is accrued would go to like research in mitigation for harm, and research for why am I forgetting what it's called? But like just like disaster prevention
or something.
No, but we can't
disaster prevention and
but we can't prevent it.
You know, like why not?
Not climate prevention, disaster prevention.
But money won't solve it.
That's not true.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of
That is not true.
At a certain point, it's still going to be what it's going to be in 100 years. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of Louisiana.
That is not true.
Maybe, but then you said something that's even better.
Yeah.
You said assuming. But your parents are like Black Panthers. Like, so you're assuming. You're assuming that the government. You're assuming the reason why the American government wants to tax more people is because it proactively, 100 years before, 200 years. All this research is our government's known to be proactive. Like, do you believe that the American government is proactively trying to help its citizens to?
I think that some governments maybe not our government as.
No, I was speaking about our government because I only know the climate lobby in our government.
Yeah.
I think it's Northern Medicine. Like none of
Well, I mean, the climate lobby and climate scientists would be speaking to people who, largely for 40 years at least, maybe even more, who like initially don't really understand the concept that they're trying to describe, right? It does just kind of set in as panic or fear mongering, and then you go into like a 30-year lifespan of greenwashing and making people believe that they're doing something when really these things, they help, your immediate surroundings, but what's actually happening, what's been done. But this is what I said about having debates surrounding climate change. I don't do it personally because what am I to say to people? It is just kind of like, we'll wait and see then.
No, when one volcano going off causes more harm to the world than a million cars.
That has nothing to do with climate change. But bringing up volcanoes.
What goes in the atmosphere has to do with
when erupted the last time,
we're talking. So
world temperature by a degree.
Yes, I understand. I know all of that stuff. When people are talking about climate change and climate science, they're talking about human impacts on the climate, not geological disasters.
Is when one volcano can cause more disruption than all humans on Earth.
Yes.
Then it's not an issue.
That's an insane thing to say, but you could go ahead and have that statement.
I think it's like,
how's that insane?
I think there's a fair take that, like, if we're going to put, hundreds of billions of dollars into mitigating a risk, that, to keep the temperature 1 degree lower, but there are these other risks that we just can do nothing that can raise the temperature by 1.5 degrees, then maybe we got to think differently about this problem.
Right. So this is why I said, Jason, it's about mitigating risk and harm to like fatalities, right? So this isn't like risk and harm to like take down the percentage of the earth cooling. This is like, how do we create or focus on infrastructure models that help people survive things like Hurricane Katrina, the floods in Appalachia, like, you know, if we're going to take it out of America, the numerous floods last summer and the summer before in the Mediterranean and the global south, like there are people who live at the most exposed points of these things, of these kinds of disasters, which would be at the, you know, the equatorial countries and at either side of the tropics. And these are some of the poorest countries. They are leading research on this because they know that they are the most at risk, right? So when I listen to people talk about these things, and it's gone past a belief in climate science. You don't have to believe it in order to know that something can take you out that is because of this thing. You can choose to ignore it, and then you'll be the person that's on, like, I don't mean you guys in the room. You can choose to ignore it, and then you'll be the person on the news saying, I didn't know that this could happen. This hasn't happened in X amount of years. I heard about this from my grandma. We're just going to be rebuilt. You can be that person till the end of time, until it gets you or it doesn't, whatever.
Until it gets you, or do you even understand the models that you believe in? Because
yeah, I do.
Like none of the models say that anything. Well, like you guys remember the movie 2012? Like, you guys remember the movie 2012? But like none of the things in 2012. Yeah, none of the things in 2012 happened within our lifetime. And even if they did happen, it wouldn't happen like that. Like, what do you? This is what I mean. What are you talking about? Like none of
So I'm talking about an increase in intensity. You're asking a question, I'm going to answer. You're asking about an increase in intensity of climatic disasters, right? An increase in the number of, 1 second, I'm still speaking, the increase in the number of hurricanes, the increase of the intensity of the hurricanes, the increase in the number of tornadoes, the increase in the intensity. Yeah, but nobody is expecting, nobody is,
sea levels.
2012 is a movie.
I know it is. What you said you didn't know what it was, but obviously you know what it is now. I'm talking about the sea levels. Listen, we're talking about Louisiana. We're talking about certain parts of Florida. We're talking about the type of climate change we're talking about the type of climate change that has been sold to us that certain American cities won't. About a really, really harsh storm. We're talking about the sea levels rising to where some
it's all a part of that.
That's not true. That's not going to happen.
I mean, you can say that now because it's not true right now.
No, of course you don't say that. Science doesn't even show that.
If you really watch, who's the vice president? What's his name? Al Gore. You watch his Inconvenient Truth. What he proposes in that movie, based on studies that he was referencing, we should all be underwater by now. But it's
no, we should not be underwater.
So they have the dramatic animation showing where all the cities are going to be across the country. They're all going to be underwater. He showed that animation. That was part of the.
Tell me, sir. Tell us the years.
It's crazy. I agree with you. That's what he put in his movie.
Tell us the year. David's wrong. He doesn't know anything. But tell us the year tell us the year where it's going to be estimated that certain American cities are going to be underwater. Tell us the year.
I don't know if I am clairvoyant enough to say that.
No, but the science. We're not talking about these. We're talking about science.
Yeah, he's not asking.
We're talking about science.
He's asking what are some common predictions about that?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm thinking it already should have been underwater.
Oh, okay. Did you want to answer, David? Go ahead.
He's not gonna answer with anything, but I think the broader point, the point I appreciate MPC raising, okay, is he's ultimately saying, well, look at the tax policies in developed countries, in California, in America, Canada, and Western countries. What are all these northern countries? What do they think they are accomplishing? These low population, in many cases, very low population countries, what do they think they're accomplishing by taxing gasoline at the pump? Okay, this will accomplish nothing for the climate. Zero. It will haul a bunch of money into the government.
They want people to
stop that amount of government, that amount of money coming into the government, it's not earmarked for anything. Okay, to do with the climate. They're just spending the money. Okay, not that carbon taxes. No, they are not, David.
No, I mean, the gas tax. I mean.
No, there are specific gas taxes in some of these countries for the environment.
Oh, well, that's stupid.
Okay, yeah, well, you just don't know what you're talking about, so shut up. So these kind of taxes, they cannot accomplish anything. Okay, they are theatrical. All right, and they are a way for the government to get big, which it loves to do. Okay, the government just loves to take money and get big. That's just a natural thing for it to do. But based on this climate story and many other stories of like goodness or justice or whatever are leveraged in the same way. Okay, and that I think is a really fair point here. All right, you can't just be like, it's nice that the government tells me a nice story about something that's a problem, and they say, okay, there's a tax about it, and it's like, okay, what is this? But then the part about like, well, what does the tax have to do with doing anything about it? That part of the story is left out. And are we asking this question? Are we insisting on any kind of relationship there? No, we're not.
Okay.
So why don't you become a Republican and support Donald Trump? Okay.
I would never do that. I prefer presidents having the ability to read. Yeah.
No, that was a perfect way to end that line of questioning.
I'm just goofing around, okay? I'm just goofing around.
No, that was so funny. So I got some ideas for this. As a landowner, I've noticed differences in the climate, increased droughts, sometimes heavier rains. But two things we could do in my area in particular: mangrove to hold the coastline together, which is really important, and then plant seagrass. Like we have a place called Laguna Madre, and the Laguna Madre is basically all seagrass that promotes oxygen in the ocean, which helps the atmosphere. Apparently, we get 2 out of every 3 breaths from the ocean. So those are two things we can invest in that are natural and would be a really good thing, and help produce more oxygen.
But this doesn't matter.
If the carbon tax went immediately to funding an institution that made pollution less, because plastic, in my opinion, plastic pollution is the single worst thing that we're doing to the planet. The microplastics, if you catch salmon in the middle of the Atlantic, it's still going to have fabric softener in it because of what we do to the planet. So, in my opinion, I feel like climate change is dangerous. And the reason why it's dangerous is because it flattens what it means to care about the earth. Instead of caring about things that are really actually going to move the needle, not a fucking solar panel that's going to end up in a landfill that we have to destroy the plant to even mine the materials for, not a fucking windmill that's going to kill all the birds and kill all the whales, not none of those, but actual things that change the planet. We're not focusing on nuclear energy. We're not focusing on thorium reactors. We're not focusing on getting plastic out of our lives and off our planet. But instead, we're focusing on a big tidal wave that's not going to come when or how they say it's going to come.
I mean, you can't, just like I can't predict if it's going to come, you cannot predict if it's not, right? So I think we should maybe stay out of the realm of
the models, the scientific models that you love show it's not.
You have this really interesting way of framing things that are intentionally antagonistic, and while I'm not provoked by them, I do find them a nuisance. I think the projected model is for 2050, and that's the one that I have learned for, 3 years.
Okay, great. So in 2050, Miami's not going to exist. Lafayette,
maybe. I mean, it's possible, right?
Yeah, so that was our answer. You said you didn't know before, now you found the study. So before Rome are going to be alive, when Miami is absorbed by the climate monster.
I mean, it's possible. It's also, which were a myriad of things that could happen in between then and now.
Yeah, there are, but government policy can't be based on we don't know if it's going to happen. We don't know if it's not going to happen. So let's take everybody's money for the tidal wave that may happen or may not. You have a good reason to take people's money.
Yeah, so...
And we got to push back on the government when they don't have a good reason.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with you in the sense of like it should be direct and clear about what funds are going to be used for what, and those plans immediately go into action. They absolutely incentivize those communities, maybe even by way of making jobs for those communities because somebody has to put the shit together, and all good things. I just don't know. I don't know. I do know. Often when people say things like this, they say this in effort, and I'm not accusing you of this, Jason, but they say this in effort to cripple the argument that things should be done at all. I don't.
That's true, but I'm not saying that.
I didn't say that you. I don't want you to believe that I believe that you're doing that. I do not. But I have seen the ways that different communities in different countries have for this whole 30 years because they've been enduring things that are not inside of the normal things they understand climatically, done things to change, even poor countries. There's a reason why I talked about, houses on sticks, stick huts. It's because, in places where people can't, build strong foundations because they likely don't have, a ton of materials, time, money, whatever, they just build their houses on sticks so that the floodwaters can pass and they're less likely to endure, hardship or death, right? It looks like this, right? So, when people are imaginary thing where the money just goes up into the sky and maybe comes down as less rain.
You're saying it's coming in. Okay, so if it's coming in 2050, you just made an assumption. You're giving the government not
an assumption.
No, you said you don't know what they're doing with the money. You said that, and you gave them the benefit of the doubt. And you gave them the benefit of the doubt that hey, maybe they're using this money for preventative measures. But you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Why would you give a government the benefit of the doubt that just wasted $25 billion on the homeless crisis, which is an actual crisis that's hitting now? On the real crisis that's hitting now.
Okay, NBC, relax, bro. You don't have to yell at me. I'm listening.
No, I'm saying, but the reason why I'm elevated is because the real crisis. It's not frustrating yet. I'm having fun. The real crisis that's happening now, $25 billion gone. Yeah, it is. Yeah, $25 billion gone. And you're saying that I'm going to give the government the benefit of the doubt that they're taking up this money 30 years in advance, but they're doing the right thing. They have our best interest in mind.
They just need
more money. It's a little bit different here where I live. So climate scientists and climatology and earth science studies and all those things are as native to California as a poppy. There's a reason other than just elitism, tech bros, fintech homies, fintech regulations, and the myriad of other things that people hate California for. It's also because we institute for a while instituted EPA laws, right? Things that go to save the planet, right? And you guys, the rest of the country can decide now in this time whether or not they want to follow those things. I'm sure everybody can find their way. That's cool. But
the rest of the country wants to drive an F-150.
Bro, the Tourette's from you is getting annoying. It really is. Did you want to just have a floor to speak, David? I can yield for you.
No, I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. Where we focus on things, or at least the government does, right? So, cliff faces falling off, mitigating harm. There are regulations that say you can't build on those places, regardless of the view and how beautiful it is. We now know it's just harm. Instituting geological surveys for people who are buying homes, regardless of where you're buying those homes, super important to the landscape, super important to the safety of the people buying it.
How do you mitigate an earthquake?
Oh my God.
But they already have those laws in place for most of the country already.
Okay. How do you mitigate an earthquake? How do you mitigate harm from an earthquake? Disaster preparedness. It's something that we just learned. We like native.
Earthquake is going to happen if it wants to happen.
Yeah,
I guess there are building codes, David, that help mitigate actually quite a bit.
But a lot of the mitigation she's talking about has already been implemented in society already.
Yes.
It's not like we're at zero mitigation, and then she's like,
that's not what I'm saying, though.
So we have to go hard.
It's not having as big of an impact.
Yeah. So we have to go hard against the government taking money for these illusory, non-definite gains. Because NPC is right. If NPC is right. You have there's this law of diminishing returns. I mean, you can't make building codes that way. Okay, we have basically identified the places that easily collapse and that you can't live on, and we're pretty much done with that process. I mean, honestly, the only thing we can do after this is say, look, New York is a low-lying island. Get off of it. You know, nobody can live on the coast of Florida anymore. That's basically all that's left. Like, we picked all the low-hanging fruit in terms of places you can't.
Yeah, but everyone likes
building standards that are safe and things like that.
And this is assuming that the tidal wave is going to come in 2050. This is all assuming that the tidal wave is going to come.
Or anything.
If the asteroid hits the water, then.
Oh my God.
You need to use violence.
Oh, is that why they say that? That's crazy. I'm actually new here as of today, so I won't be removing anyone. I'm so sorry. I don't think that's really my place. I don't really know how I got this being.
The reason why I find this fun, someone was like, I find it really, really fun, the arguments that people make even though they know the truth. Because we started this conversation by both of us agreeing. 2 questions. You got both of those questions correct. We both admitted that whatever momentum the climate has, there's nothing that we can do to stop it.
Yeah, the climate's going to do what it's
the
climate change that we're witnessing, and then you're going to these like really, really fringe ideas.
No, it's not fringe, bro. Like, because we exist as humans, the thing that we care about is important, right? Why is it important? It's because people want to live, right? So now we move past the point.
We just came to the conclusion that we're not stopping the catastrophe. The catastrophe is so catastrophic that the damage control that you're suggesting is going to happen won't even fucking matter because you won't be able to.
That's not true. I'm so sorry. You're not qualified to make that judgment. I just have to put that out there.
You just remember to actually pretend to.
I hate to break it to you, but
sure,
NPC is a citizen.
Sure,
that's the qualification you need to make decisions in this country. Okay.
Yes.
The citizens who are sovereign in this country. No one has a qualification to make a decision other than us and the people we elect. We are here.
It's not about decisions. It's not about decisions. I didn't say he wasn't qualified to make a decision.
My vote
I said he wasn't qualified to make that decision.
What is your vote?
I think, well, to be fair to you, Xerxes, there's a lot of assumptions that you've made that you verbatim in this conversation say, I'm about to make it. You literally said you made several assumptions, and you made an assumption that the state would have. You gave the state a benefit of the doubt, which is something you called an assumption verbatim, and you said they're probably using the money. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they're probably using the money for preventative measures. That's what you said. You made an assumption of how the state was allocating money.
But my assumption is based on the things that I've seen, right? Is yours?
My assumptions are based on the things that I've seen.
Really? How?
Yes, I've seen states use benevolent causes to absorb money to not use a single cent.
No, but what was the statement that you made, NPC?
Which one?
The one that we are arguing about currently. What was the statement that you made?
The first thing I started off with was the 2 questions that we agreed on. And then I started to pick your brain about, and then when I started to pick your brain, you said, I'm gonna go out on a limb and kind of assume that hey, they're doing this. They're gonna take this.
Now fast forward to 5 minutes ago.
Okay. My only point is that. Are you asking me my point?
Yes.
Hopefully. No, you gotta tell her my point.
Oh my god.
My only point is that
You need to use.
my only question is this. My only question is this. Like genuinely speaking, you're not a stupid person. We both know that this problem, we can't stop it anymore, no matter what we do. Knowing how inefficient the government is with money, seeing how many times the government has manufactured a crisis, absorbed the money, absorbed the power. Yeah, they do that. Black Panther, they do that. Like, your parents know about that. So
I don't know what you mean by that. My parents are.
You've never heard about manufactured crises from the government?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You never heard the term like a manufactured crisis?
I've heard that, but I don't know what you're referring to.
So, like, if you look at the word manufacture...
No, I mean, like, in a specific instance. I know what it means.
A specific instance.
The whole climate change thing is a manufactured crisis.
So...
Okay, use something that isn't climate change.
No, but climate change actually...
Okay, use something that isn't climate change.
All right, I can use 9/11.
Oh, okay.
I can use Pearl Harbor. I can use manufactured crisis. The easiest one, fucking COVID-19. That's the easiest manufactured crisis. It was actually manufactured.
The pay gap is a
The pay gap is another manufactured crisis. Yeah.
Okay.
Because when you
police
when you look at
shootings of
minimum
unarmed
wages, when you
people.
control hours worked, so she's very NPC, but it's very, very.
No, I'm really not.
But Jason is awesome.
Like, I'm clearly not, though. Relax.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Let's not all fight here. Let's just everybody relax. You know.
Like, you literally just got here. We're fighting for fun. If you don't like it, honestly.
Wait. Chill out. What's the attitude for? I don't know.
No, I like the fight. Don't tell him they're sure, Night King. Would you like me to play the recording of you singing? We can fight over that.
We can play that. I love my singing.
The pay gap is a great example of a manufactured crisis.
That's my
favorite. I just wanted to do this.
Yeah, and that's like something people talk about all the time. Another one is the shooting of unarmed black men by police. You know, for all these liberal politicians, it's epidemic. Turns out not to be real.
No, it's a real epidemic. It's one leading cause of death.
It doesn't happen.
Yes, it does.
No, it's not. Police do not shoot hardly anybody. They're not a leading cause of death for anyone.
I feel like I want to come to this phone and just sit.
That's an example of manufactured
Jason just wants to see more dead bodies.
It's true. This is
Wait, that wasn't you, Deco? That was
it's manufactured.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so NBC.
Just for the record, about
Go ahead.
1 in 1,000 black men and boys can expect to die at the hand.
I don't know. Who's the catfish in here? Who's the catfish?
No, it's not a catfish.
I don't know. Who's Tina?
I'm putting out the hook. See who was going to jump on that hook, baby. Come on, reel it in.
She said that she's a mama-holic. You better be careful. Yo. Alright, guys. Let's get it. I got like 5 minutes before I turn it
got
on.
all 5 families and everything.
Let's get it.
Yeah, we got everybody on the roster.
Have y'all been to Vegas?
I'm a vegetarian. I like tuna.
St. Peter's Basilica.
They were showing me. It's a free showing me, by the way.
Nice workout.
It's Lala.
Oh, you coming out the Empress? That nigga got quiet. That got quiet.
Alistair.
How can you think love will end? Diego, I will haunt you till your grave. My name is Scarface, and I try to bomb an elevator shaft with Hamas and Hezbollah. Deport Princess Sia, long live Palestine. Diego, my heart aches for you and your Nazi racist ideology, your extremist bigotry and low IQ Jew hate. Well, I was kicked off the ballot for Congress, but I'm running for mayor now in Chicago.
You're running for mayor now? Do you remember that I got an audio recording interview of you, what you wanted to say to your constituents?
I already interviewed him. It was a few days. It's on my, I interviewed him a few days
Let me
before.
find it. 1 sec.
It's not on here. Before my.
You want to call Diego or something?
No. Can you do me a favor?
You want me to text Diego?
No.
Okay, what's your favor? Hello?
I'd like for you to delete.
Some of them who personally reached out to me, saying how
Why
much
did you get that? I was just in the middle of talking.
Wait.
What do you mean, wait? I was in the middle of talking.
I know, 1 second.
It's Princessi's World.
This is quick. No comment. It's actually one. Oh, here it is.
So, I think the next thing I'm going to fortunately signatories.
Rick.
I'm sure there's a question about church or something else. They said that my signatures had to get stripped or even fraudulent, so.
Alright, sorry about that. Just had to remind Alistair that, he was interviewed and he is on record talking to his constituents saying that he will be back. So, continue.
Yeah, go ahead, Princess.
So, the day that I was rage baited by you.
Rage baited by me? You think I rage baited you?
That's how I feel.
Okay.
Anyways, that day, that recording is on Clubhouse. I'm sure somewhere on YouTube. Can you delete it from Clubhouse?
I'm sorry, but I don't delete content. I'm a historian, and I create content for a living, and part of my rules is I never go back. I only go forward.
So my condition for you to be in rooms.
Oh, that's fine. Just kick me.
Damn, he's gone. Oh, there he is. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta quickly kick him out.
Wait, what was the audio? Or video?
What clip are you? Are you looking for the one that is Tim Robertson racist Robert
No.
27th, 26th?
No. But yeah, I just want him to delete that. I think if he does that, then I think that's a good, gesture of goodwill, and we can let bygones be bygones and be cool on this app. But for the time being, I guess you can stream us on YouTube if you'd like. start running, but I'm just gonna walk. I don't know if you can hear the background noise from the cars. It's loud. Huh?
Are you working out?
Yeah. I'm walking to the gym.
Nice.
I was gonna run, but I didn't really feel like, I don't know, it's not necessary to run right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I worked when I wasn't supposed to work. I took the bus home. I chilled for a little bit, talked to Mr. Johnny the Best, and then now I'm talking to you all and walking to the gym, and then I'm gonna get some groceries and walk with the groceries back.
Damn, Nora, that's a productive day.
I know, she's being really wrong.
Soft and hell, counted in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress. Eyes on point, steady as a stone. Thoughts drift past, you let them go. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. Notice every edge where the tension hides. Send your breath in, feel it loosen, slide. Neck like a river, swaying in the wind. Mind like a lake, quiet from within. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. One thought in, one thought out. Nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now.
Where is your cattle?
Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground.
Where is your house?
Still on the sound.
Very good.
And like water, you are steady now.
Where's your cattle? Where's your hat? Aren't you Pritzker's Democrat-controlled opposition?
Soft in hand, counted in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress.
What is she? What is she doing?
Steady as a stone, thoughts drift past, you let them go. And like water, follow gravity down. Slow, deep breathing roots you to the ground. And like water, you will not break down. Notice every
Job.
where the tension hides. Send your breath there, feel it loosen. Slide.
Choose fraud, scams, lies, and ignorance. The fraud, scams, lies, and ignorance.
Quiet from within, like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathe, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still on the sun. And like water, you will not break down. One thought out, nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now.
You Democrat-controlled opposition?
And like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in August sun. Then like water, you are steady now.
That's it.
Inhale slowly, count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be. Knees sink heavy into ground that doesn't move. Mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. Like water, flow around, you can't hold, follow your breathing. Let it gather, let it. Inhale slowly, count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be.
She's about to be arrested.
Knees sink heavy into ground that doesn't move.
She's about to be arrested for RICO.
Mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. Bend like water, flow around, you can't hold. Follow your breathing, let it gather, let it go. Every small distraction, just the way that it rolls on through. Bend like water.
Another loss for a RICO criminal org like CTU.
Quiet room, heartbeat drum in my chest. All this noise fading down to breath. I feel the floor holding go vacant. I breathe in peace. I breathe out the war inside. I breathe in strength. Every time peace, to the strength, to the joy I'm dreaming of, to this endless, wordless ocean made of. Quiet room, heartbeat drumming my chest. All this noise fading down to a breath. I feel the floor holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant.
all unknown. Up in the center, soft but so strong. I am.
Google that. I didn't tell the patient I didn't know. I just went over there and Googled it. And then I knew exactly what it was. So don't fear, people. Do not fear. If your doctor is sitting there with a blank look on his face and you come in there with a whole bunch of stuff, he's probably thinking you're like, oh, well, I think you know what you're talking about. And they spent one day in science. So they probably got that look on their face because I get it all the time. So that's all I'm going to say. You guys don't be afraid of your doctors. We, as a black community, brown community, white community, we don't go to our doctors the way we should be anyway for our annual checkups, our annual labs, our annual workups, or whatever. We don't take our medication the way we're supposed to. We don't monitor our vitals and our blood work. So please don't get the fear of going to your physician. As a matter of fact, go more. Go more. Amen. Thank you for the time.
That people are fearful to go to their physicians because I told somebody if you incentivize, like a friend of mine is on a plan, they will pay her so much money. I don't know what it is, but she gets so much money to go, to have this checkup. Or if you have a colonoscopy, they'll pay you this or whatever. And I told her, I said, okay, but not everyone has this so-called incentivized plan. But it did make me think it would certainly benefit, a lot of Americans. If there was ways to help, especially those who are low income, they have these programs, but a lot of them are either being obviously cut or what have you. But yeah, a lot of doctors and things like this, Lisa, you're on point. Don't be fearful either, and all of these other things. I think things will be all right. I don't think either with this, I don't think that AI will necessarily take the place of our doctor. And yes, people do need to stay up to date on their checkups, but a lot of people absolutely cannot afford sometimes even go to a doctor. That was another thing that one of my friends told me.
So I don't want anyone thinking that what Lisa said is a reassurance for you all, because we know how rapidly advancing these things are being advanced out. And even if it messes up tomorrow, they're going to fix it the next day. This shit is astronomical. So I do agree with Lisa, but I do want to push back and let y'all know that these robots I told y'all that's running faster than everybody, they were literally slow as fuck 3 months ago. So the one thing is, it's going to keep happening, and we need to be figuring out ways to do, because that doctor said he was scared, not me. The patients weren't. He's scared.
I don't know why the doctor is scared.
And I posted the video in the chat.
Because we already have robots already. We've had robots for 20 years in the operating room. I can't speak for a doctor. That's one thing I cannot speak for. But I can speak for people who work in the operating room and for myself that puts patients to sleep. There is not going to be a robot that's going to be able to put a patient to sleep under anesthesia. It's just, they're not going to be able to make one. And if you are looking forward to that happening, I suggest you guys just all go out and get educated.
I'm fear-mongering. I'm not looking forward to none of this shit. I'm telling y'all to wake the fuck up and get ready for this
okay. Oh yeah, it's here. It's actually here.
It's here. And them 20 years ago robots you talking about in that medical room is not what we're seeing today.
No, listen, that's not what I'm saying. You're so busy trying to prove me wrong. Somebody please put your mic. I'm saying that they had.
We're reassuring these people, and y'all need to be scared. I'm not trying to prove you wrong.
I'm just saying that the robot that we started out with in the operating room, the Da Vinci, it was there 20 years ago, and every 3 years, I think, it's been upgraded and advanced. So we have the latest technology one right now in there, and it doesn't look like the one I first saw. I first saw my first one 13 years ago, but I know that they've been around for 20 years. So that's the only thing I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, Lisa, can Cyrus go real quick? Because he's been coming. Cyrus, go ahead.
Well, no, I wasn't done.
Good morning. BT, pass it to Cyrus.
I don't see a Cyrus. I see a Siri.
Oh, yeah, the eye in front of you. Good looking out.
But, I mean, just let me finish here, please, sir. Have fun. Please take notes, guys. Lisa asked me to do this. I'm doing it. But I am finna go in the gym. And I'll still be here, but I won't be able to do this. So just let me land, please. So Disney is reportedly laying off 1,000
Avengers movie, Doomsday, will be AI powered, and that audiences need to accept it. So of course the nerd world is up in arms because they're like, you're just gonna tell us we just have to accept this? We don't want this. It's too fake. All this and that. Disney is they're doubling down, and they say they don't care. I found it interesting because I'm not with that. I like real movies. I don't even like the green screen how they don't go on site and fly to locations and do movies no more. That's one thing. This one's really good, y'all, but it's scary. So a family in Shandong province, which is in China, used artificial intelligence to protect their elderly mother from the shock of losing her only son in a car accident. Instead of telling her the truth, they created a digital version of him using old photos, videos, and voice recordings. The AI was built by developer Zhang Zhiwei and is able to speak and interact like a real person. Now the mother regularly talks to this AI version of her son through video calls like Zoom, FaceTime, and etc., believing her son is still alive. Now that is cool, but it's scary as hell. And you tell that woman her son is dead. And so that is
Hold on, Ashton. Let him land. Go ahead.
Now that is bad. But take your notes, guys, because I'm not done. And these are good. But I don't want y'all to talk about each one. I just want to get them out of the way because I got to go in the gym. Even as tantalizing as they are, so please write down things. All right, so this is a good one. Well, I don't know what this is either. I don't know if this shit is good or bad, y'all. You know, I'm open arms. So this one says, an AI school with no teachers is set to open in Chicago this year, where students will learn core subjects like science, math, and reading from AI-powered robots. We all know how bad this can get, but anyway, I'll read the last one, which is pretty good as well. And if you're ready for it, well, there's two more, I'm sorry, because I gotta read this. An AI-generated song, which I don't know if y'all know, it's a lot of people who are making AI songs on this app now in real time, and they were trying to do laws against this, but they haven't worked. So an AI-generated song called Celebrate Me reached the #1 spot on the US and global iTunes charts last week, marking the first time this has ever happened, that a virtual artist has topped the rankings. Now, any of us can download the app Suno and create a virtual song, an AI song. Hint, hint. So if y'all niggas want to make some money, I'm just telling y'all, the AI might be, before they get the law to make this shit illegal. Now, that being said, the last one, this is scary as well. Someone actually connected living human brain cells to an LLM, that's a computer chip. Cortical Labs grew 200,000 neurons on a computer chip, taught them to play the video game Doom, and now they're wiring them into the token selection process of an AI. These are actual brain cells on a computer chip, learning in real time with the computer chip. I don't even know how to fathom and explain this to y'all, because when I read it an hour ago, I'm still trying to figure this shit out. But this shit is crazy. And for the last one, a former OpenAI executive has said that they are building portals to contact aliens by using AI, and he claims these systems are already in existence in the US and China. And I don't know if y'all know about all them murderings that have been happening with the people who were trying to do whistleblowing on aliens. But it's a lot of them. It's like 11 that have died, and they're all qualified people. For if that helps y'all. And I will land there.
Thank you. That was great news. Give this man a clap and a series. Go ahead, brother, man. That was great.
Thank you, PT. Appreciate it. I'm in the gym here, so I'll keep it quick and sweet. First of all, how you doing, Lisa, Michael, TT, and everybody in the mafia? So I just wanted to talk about quickly about one. I don't know if you guys talked about the labor secretary got fired. That's a third woman in a row in Trump administration got fired. There's huge scandals behind her. I guess I did not know about. Maybe I don't know if you guys talked about it in the past or not, but this has just happened today, I believe. The second part is what PT's was talking about earlier, and Lisa basically. This is with the AI thing. This is related to all knowledge workers, whether doctors, engineers, finance, lawyers, or even musicians. This is all related to a knowledge worker. And what happened right now is the public having access to this knowledge, and there's a curve basically. So you can get an access to this knowledge fairly quick, but you probably will not be able to get the diagnosis or the analysis or the experience that you have to gain the system, right? Like you still have to go to school, you still have to practice, you still have to pass your exams and everything else. So rather than be afraid of this knowledge is now spread out to the population, I'm more a freedom type of person where it's like, oh, let knowledge be accessible to everybody. Let everybody be able to make their decisions. I'm a heavy cloud user. I use it to work every day. And you know what? Made my life a little bit easier. I don't have to remember formulas or I don't have to remember anything else. But then this is the analysis where it comes in, the details and the experience. This is where you make a mark, and this is how. So when I hear people say, "Oh, they're laying off," software developers, yeah, you can write the code, total code right away, but you need people to do the debugging, the testing, right? Because the code is not going to come perfect. So you still need these people, and this is what the software companies are doing. So these are the two things I just wanted to chime on earlier and just wanted to contribute to you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcome to the 420. Today is the 420. So it's kind of like ironic that you find yourself in 420 on the date on April 20th, our year, Lord 2026. So shout out to Lisa, aka Lisa, aka Pizza, for having this room. Lisa, Pizza. I have the clip of homeboy named Kevin Patel, the FBI director, explaining himself. That was kind of top news.
Can we finish with our breaking news before we go into clips? Somebody said something about the lady being fired. That is one of the breaking news. And then the other breaking news is that, I'm driving, but I need to go to this one area of my phone real quick. Because during the day I try to...
Unless they got it open that car, you need to stop.
It's a Tesla, it drives itself.
I'm actually about to buy one because my Ivy is high and like Helen Clinton. Well, no one says the road was long, but
they don't start, a lot of people go to sleep and they drive in a Tesla. But anyway, Trump's family, I don't know, I heard this over in Gary Bumford's room, but I didn't know. I knew that they were profiting off the war, and a lot of Trump's friends are profiting off of this war. And I asked a question on, I believe it was Saturday in PC, yeah, it had to be Saturday, about Trump playing with the stock market. So, you still check me out online.
That's Jay, you off like
Mute up.
You don't know. I got you. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, so you notice how Friday the gas prices are going sky high. There is a gas station, and somebody verified it. It was Jill Murray, that by LAX in Southern California, that gas is selling for $10 and change a gallon, which is unimaginable. But anywho, Friday, he announced that the Strait of Hormuz was open and it was flowing freely, and everybody was, everything was good. Cruise ships, we listened to your buddy over there, Tucker Carlson, talk about how cruise ships had gone through that had been anchored off for a month, and everything was just wonderful, that Iran surrendered. So of course, what happened? The stock market started rallying, gas prices went down, and no later than, and so people made a lot of money that day on the stock market. It wasn't you, it wasn't me, it wasn't even our crypto heirs in here, all our billionaires and millionaires on Clubhouse. So Sunday, what happened?
2 miles.
And hold on a second.
A4 is on the right.
house. So anywho, so what happened? It closed up again. Come to find out I was in Gary Baumgartner's room, I'm repeating. Trump, the sons, Eric and Bo and Harry, made a lot of money because they invested in what? Drones. Drones, and more drones, okay? This is a joke here. I think we're being played in so many ways with this war with the Trump family, and I thought Trump was an idiot. He's proven me wrong on a couple of situations. So that's one. Anybody want to add to that conversation?
I don't see a problem with that. I'll let Michael go because Michael always has better things to say than I do.
No, that's not true. I'm totally confused. I was just going to say what they report. There was $760 million. I'm not an economist, but they said they shorted oil by $760 million 20 minutes before he made an announcement. They talked about that. The 10 of the best market days right now, 11 after this, have been under this presidency of Donald Trump. And they're saying that 30 minutes, 20 minutes before he makes an announcement, people are putting a lot of money in or taking money out of the market. So essentially, it is what it is. And like to the point that you're saying about his sons. So the good thing about this, if we get a majority again, then all this stuff is documented. Literally, everybody in the world sees this. Everybody, Iranians, everybody can see around the world what's going on with the market. So they'll try to hold them accountable. But yeah, but they're definitely making money off it. And the thing about the drones, because Eric and Don, they did that before the war started. But the other problem is when they actually were working on the drone contract.
Exactly. So they started investing in the drones in 2024, from my understanding, because I started hearing these stories, and so my curious self went and just took a look, and I was like, okay, when did they really start and investing in this company? I think the company starts with a P or something like that. I'm trying to find the name of it because
I had it. I have to look at when I stopped because I got it from, like I said, I'm giving them credit for finding out in Gary Baumgartner's room, critical thinking. But I got the name. I actually typed it into my phone. I'm not trying to say that they went and that's because of the war. I'm just saying they're making a lot, bottom line, regardless of when they open the company or not, they're making a lot of money on this war, point blank and period.
The company's called Power Us. That's what it is.
Okay, let me, if I can get on this. I mean, I don't see anything surprising about all this. I mean, drones have been out since. Drones are really 1980s technology. Okay, they've been out since the 1980s. They use them in they use drone swarms in the first Gulf War. Okay, in 1991. So they're nothing new. Okay, this is nothing. There's nothing new about drones. People have been invested in drones for decades since I've been alive.
Good news, sir. We just made a point of a fact that even if I had money in drones, I would say, hey, y'all, I'm making a shitload of money off of this war. That's all I would say. We're just letting everybody know that the poor busted Trumps that went into office broke as fuck are now up in the 1% echelon as billionaires.
I'm saying that they were broke.
They were not billionaires, sir. Let him land. I'm sorry, I interrupted someone. Let him land. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, you gotta let me land though. I mean, I think it was my understanding that I don't think Trump ever was a billionaire. I think he was definitely a real estate mogul. I think he was definitely a millionaire. I don't think he was ever a billionaire in the first place. That being said, it's not. I mean, anyone can invest. I mean, I'm invested in I'm in the stock market. There's millions of Americans that got money in the stock market. Okay, I'm potentially making money off this. So it's not like Trump is the only one. It's not like you have to be rich to be in the stock market. You can open up a public account or what's that other company, Robinhood account, but for free with no money. And you can just buy. You don't even have to buy whole stocks on there. You just buy a little small percentage. You can buy $2 or $3 of a stock. You buy a little small fraction percent of a stock.
Let me say something to Mr. Johnson.
And you can make money off of this shit.
Let me say something to Mr. Johnson. Yo, just to get it real quick. So, everybody in here understands that. So, the problem is that when you're the president, if you were the president of the United States and you got your money in the stock, and you know that, like, your words, like you saying that you're going to close a strait, or that you're going to blockade a strait, or that you're going to take tariffs off, you're going to put tariffs on, if you know that would make the market, like, drop or do different things or manipulate the market, that shit is illegal. So I'm saying, yeah, everybody is like, it's like this motherfucker's manipulating the market with his words because people, the reason why it looks like that, is because people are making moves before he makes his announcement. 20-30 minutes before he makes the announcement, people have crystal balls on what the president's going to do, and they're playing off that. That's what it looks like.
First off, you can't talk about the Trump family without also talking about Nancy Pelosi. Okay, all the money she made in the stock market. And the thing is, at this point, they've already passed laws. Can I land? Why are you talking over me? I wasn't talking over you. I was quiet, but you was interrupting me. All right? So my thing is this, is that they, okay, look, Nancy Pelosi has made a whole bunch of money on the stock market. People saying that Trump is doing it now. Okay, whatever. But it's not just him. This is a global thing. People all over the world and what it is that over the weekend, especially, the announcement about the strait kept on changing. First they said it was open, then they said it was closed. And Trump said it was open, and Iran said it was closed. And really what's really going on is it's open, and there are some ships that are going in and out of it. Okay? The Iranians have given the green light for certain ships to go in and out, but they've also attacked other ships, such as that Indian ship that they attacked, because they picked up oil in Iraq before they went into the strait. So the Iranians got mad and they attacked them because of that. It's just a back and forth thing. It's really what this is. It's not manipulation. It's a volatile part of the world right now. Okay, and that's what's going on. And you just acting like Trump is the one. He just waking up and he's the one controlling all this. It's not. There's multiple factors at play, including the Iranians, and I'll land right there.
Okay, Michael, you're up. You're next, Michael. Please finish your statement. Your thought.
People start talking about this book, and I'm not saying, Mr. You good. It's ignorant to say that Donald Trump, what he's doing is not a thing. The president of the United States, his words carry weight. Like when he said the thing about killing a whole civilization, people around the world were worried about nuclear war. The man definitely is clearly manipulating the markets. Looking at during his presidency, like they say, the 10 best days in the history of the market have occurred during his presidency. So I'm saying if we can't see eye to eye on that, I'm just saying you got it. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. You're going to make so we're good.
Well, no, I'm going to push back. He don't got it with me.
Wait, hold up, sir. Hold up, sir. We're going to let we have a lot of people on the stage.
I need to respond to what he's saying.
I will let you. Okay. What the heck is going on right now? So a lot of us would like to respond to what both of you guys just said. First of all, let's backtrack. Welcome to the 420. This is not the romper room. It's not Reading Rainbow, and it's not Jeffrey the Giraffe. All of us in here know what's going on. We talk about the war. We talk about politics. We talk about science. We talk about math every day and English every freaking day. So you can talk to us like we know what's going on. As far as Nancy Pelosi playing the stock market, on her, and that's the only one name that you know to use as an example. But everybody, so you say, play the stock market. That's not the problem. The problem is when you have president in front of your name and you start manipulating the stock market by putting information out Friday at 4:55. So the stock market can just go crazy. Nancy Pelosi has never put anything out as Speaker of the House, nor she that would affect the stock market. Thank you, and I land. Who's the next speaker?
So it can't be at 4:55 because the stock market closes at 1. So they have to be earlier than that. Just for the record. Go ahead, who's next?
The stock market closes actually at 4. The stock market doesn't close at 1. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, everybody
doesn't have to know all of us.
In California.
It's actually on the East Coast. It closes at 4 on a morning, but that's not important. That's real-time trading hours.
Wait. What time is it?
Intraday trading versus extra-day.
No one is talking about that. They're talking about Wall Street. Oh, when the closing bell goes.
It is Wall Street.
Y'all playing me like I'm Willie Ludlow. Don't do that.
You are Willie Ludlow.
I'm not Willie Ludlow.
You're embarrassing yourself, Amari, okay? We tried to glaze over that, but
don't be glazing on nothing about when it comes to me. Glaze on me, lady. Don't glaze on your boy. Pause on me.
Let's move forward.
Okay, do we have any other breaking news before Amari starts playing clips? I had clips.
I thought we were doing responses. Did you?
Oh, go ahead, sir. Go respond. I thought you were done.
To answer your question was pray for the family of those kids. They were all killed. 8 kids.
Yeah, that's on my list. That's on the list to talk about. And thank you for reminding me. But let this go ahead and tell us, Ashton, and then let that gentleman respond to the same question we've been talking about.
BT?
Okay, so who's supposed to go?
BT. Oh, I thought it was. Alright, so a few things. One, Mr. That drone thing. Again, we're talking about rapid advancing technology. Not no basic 80s drone, which they did have better back then than we do. We're talking about that. Materials are better and stuff, so quicker you can move in different ways. Different races and lighter and carry heavier stuff, etc. That's one. Another thing, when we talk about stock market manipulation, I'm someone in this room, and you can tell everybody who I didn't lose money, but my girl lost money in the Trump market. I made money in his manipulation in real time. Trump came out with the Trump coin, and when Trump came out with the Trump coin, he literally himself is.
I'm right with what you're saying, Grim, is you're almost like saying, well, the best way, I mean, you're not saying this, but you were saying this, the best way to move up in America is through education. Why aren't Black people following that prescription? And, you know, do you agree with that framing?
You guys should look into race realism if that's a serious question. That'll answer all your questions.
Give me a second, guys. I'm in my backyard now, and I'm gonna start working out. I'm gonna try to talk to you at the same time, but JL, you know, I like to use very plain language when I talk, and I like to boil things down to their very essence. It's just one of the things I like to do, and education. Basically, the more education you have, the more power you have, because when you're more educated, you'll be more articulate. You'll have a bigger vocabulary. You'll have more sophisticated, complex, higher level problem solving ability. You'll have the discipline and endurance endurance to be able to work through problems for a longer period before you get exhausted. All of these things, it will help you to be a leader among people. And so, if you're not equipped with these qualities, then you wouldn't have what it takes to be at the top of whatever field that you're in. So education is really important.
Being able to be a leader when you possible to be able to support moving toward the direction that you want. For example, if you want to really a small victim,
Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the
disagree with anything you're saying, Grim. What I think I'm trying to say is it's a really good thing that your parents prescribed that thesis to you. And so therefore you kind of had that North Star of how the world works, how power works, how success works. You were prescribed that earlier, and then you followed that guideline. What I'm saying is, again, and me, I'm Nigerian, so I had that as well. But my black friends, they might not have had that. They were not told anything. They were just told to get a job. They weren't told, what types of jobs. They probably don't know what investment banking is, or to slavery, and just not really understanding.
You said I'm African American. I'm actually Black American. So this is what you gathered from just being around your friends. Like this is just like this is like a perception that you created for yourself, just like being around them.
It depends on the group of friends. I grew up in Louisiana, a really poor state, but I went to college, and I have all black folks are not a monolith. Like my friends growing up in JL.
Listen, JL, don't talk to me about don't say black people. No, listen, but you're saying rhetoric to me. I'm actually black, dude. So don't tell me rhetoric that you know about black people. That's not true. Like black people not a monolith. Like don't tell me about black people. I'm actually black. What's the matter? You upset that someone can talk to you in an intelligent way?
You're in no position to.
What happened? I missed it.
Yeah, I was just trying to engage this dude intellectually, and then he got upset because he wants to spew rhetoric.
Well, look, going back to that king and queen, we're all kings or queens of our own castle. We all came together to sit at the same table to talk to one another. I assume everyone who comes to sit at the table are kings and queens until proven otherwise. So,
I was just saying, he was talking about Black Americans. I'm actually Black American.
Yeah, I'm Black American too, and I gotta say, I don't think it was rhetoric. I just think he was voicing his opinion like such.
Yeah, which is fine.
Alistair's not black, he's white, he's a fucking...
No, I'm black. I'm a black female, and I'm a lesbian. I've decided to change my pronoun to they, she, or her.
That's what I'm talking about. Like you got.
Hello?
But you're a troll. So.
Oh, I ain't a troll. I'm a man with a cell phone in his hand. It's just your opinion that I'm a troll. And when Pepper says that I'm a white man and I am, I'm not. I'm a black woman and I'm a lesbian and I'm complete.
Wait, okay, so you just said that you was a man, but I think I recognize your voice.
You think I recognize your voice, Night King? You're very difficult to kill on the battlefield.
Come on, here we go. And see, Grim, this is to your point when, you explain, just click my profile. you'll be all right.
Man, Grim is working out in the backyard. We're just providing him content at this point. Everybody needs to go to the gym and work out like Grim, because otherwise he's more supreme than us. He's more powerful. He's stronger.
Hold on, everybody click on Night King's profile and read his bio. It's very sweet.
Okay, that's cute. All right.
Hey, just let you guys know you're.
Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Come on, bro. I'm black, bro. What you doing?
And I'm black too, and I don't appreciate your content or your submission. There's no point to this room anymore. Hello?
No, there is a point. Is when all the dust settles.
Hello, can I get my shit off? Or do I got a big mic? I guess I got a big mic.
Nah, you ain't got a big mic. Grim was talking about something. Go ahead, Grim.
Exactly.
Night King, you got it. I just want to quickly say that after the whole talk session, it will be clear who are the better people and who are just, obnoxious and don't know how to conduct themselves in a conversation.
Exactly. And so what I'm trying to say is there's no such thing as black supremacy. There's just low IQ people that are low IQ. And so they think that they're better than you because they want political appropriation. I am complete. Thank you.
Over me. You're doing a female battle. That's what you're doing, you know.
Wait, are you talking over me? Or am I talking over you? I can't tell. Do you have a point to make? I don't think you do. Say something intelligent and worthwhile to listen to. Thank you very little.
Cool, that's cool. That's cool. I'ma just wait. Niggas trolls in Clubhouse. I'ma just wait. Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait too all night long until somebody on the stage actually says something intelligent that I can think about and say, you know what? That was pretty intelligent. Hello?
King's profile. I know you keep cutting it off. Amazing in his bio. I know that's cool.
What does it say in his profile? I looked at it, but it don't really say nothing intelligent. It's just like some gibberish. Hello?
Alistair, come on. All right.
And both of the trolls are Jewish. Oh, hey, if you were one.
Both of the trolls are Jewish. What does that got to do with trolling or being Jewish? Othello is actually gay. I'm 100% sure that this man is gay. And LGBTQ is okay. I don't care how you want to orgasm. That's your choice. There ain't no such thing as a troll. You the troll. If you call somebody else a troll, you the troll. You the troll. That's called troll projection 101. Troll projection 101.
I have a question for Graham. Okay, I will say, Graham. What do you think about black supremacy? That's
Yas here.
I'm learning more and more every day I'm on this app. Now, Alistair, I want to let you know that I really try not to mute or kick people out. Like I try to act like
he will kick you out because you're being a dirty kike, Alistair, is what he's saying.
I try to act like a guest like everyone else in the room. But if you get me to have to silence you, that's pretty shameful. Because I really don't do that. So, okay, Night King, do you still
need to have a normal conversation?
Yeah, I just say this, and I'm gonna land quickly because we got some dumbasses in here. Everybody's version of what a smart intellectual it looks different depending on where you at.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're trying to make excuses why you sound dumb, but you're actually smart.
No, bitch. I'm way smarter than you. Put your missing card up. Okay, cool. 141. Cool. Okay, cool. You ain't proved it yet.
Well, since I've been accused of being a dumbass and being a troll. That's just not true. Actually, hello?
Yes,
I missed Night King's point. I didn't expect it to.
Oh, he said some people express themselves differently and are actually intelligent, even though they say he was trying to fucking say that he sounds dumb. He's actually intelligent.
You know what?
wasn't my point.
Yeah, he was trying to slip that in.
Wasn't my point at
He
all.
was trying to slip that in while you were passing.
That wasn't my point at all.
This makes me think of something. I just want to quickly share something. So you reminded me, or you made me think of something. I am just blown away by some freestyle rappers. Like if there's one thing that I envy them, a lot is their ability to freestyle.
Funny with the money, you got me mistaken, honey. I don't want to rape you. I just want the papers. The visa, capisce, I'm out like the papers. Who's the head honcho? Slick like Rumacho, cool like Kumacho. That's my notorious B.I.G. impersonation. What'd you think about that, Grim? Hello?
Look, I have last word. This is my Okay, so look, this is my last call. Like, I set the room to where anyone is free to come up to the stage and talk, but if you had it set that way, there's actually a tiki. Right, exactly. So I really don't want to do that.
That's fine. Well, that's cool. Grim, if you want to talk to an actual black supremacist, y'all serve it down here as a black Hebrew Israelite. He's who you want to talk to.
Okay,
y'all came through transatlantic chattel slavery as people did, and they were brought over here on ships, and then they were enslaved, and then they were impregnated by the white man, and now they're part white, but they believe that they're actually indigenous to the Americas, and that they're the real Israelites, and the Jews aren't.
Okay, you had a question, right?
Well, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, weirdo.
Yeah,
Yeah, your mama. Anyway, Grim, so what didn't you know about black supremacy? What didn't you know? What didn't you know about it? You didn't know it was a thing.
In the past week, I've been in a number of predominantly or like solely black rooms where I was
in general hamburger rooms.
I was enlightened by a number of the way some black people think. I wish I had a list, but I never opened this room.
Yeah, he opened this room. It's not a rooftop. It's not a rooftop curtain.
They're trying to show you how much they respect you, man.
Go ahead and talk, man. Talk over these homoneurotics, man.
Yeah, talk over the Edomites. Yeah, brother.
Homoneurotic?
Yeah, that's a oh my god.
You got that co-sign that like it's a real.
What Grim is trying to say is he's not impressed with the black rooms here on Clubhouse, and especially the black supremacists. He finds them to be low IQ and just audaciously stupid. Racist and they're low IQ, because they go hand in hand together. If you were racist, you're obviously low IQ and not very well learned. You didn't read enough books about the Holy Spirit, and you haven't transcended above your racial identity. It's called your persona. It's not black. You a spirit. You a soul. Something special about you. But what's special about you is not that you black. What's special about you is that you got a soul. Hello?
What's wrong, Grim?
Alistair, the hieroglyphs in your fucking book are all white.
Alistair, we think that you are in the position.
Oh, Jesus, Peter's back.
Peter, pumpkin eater, how much longer till he...
Don't stop.
We're gonna stop, man. You're gonna have to make an executive.
Go ahead, Grim. Kick me if you want. You're just gonna waste your time listening to Othello, motherfucking white wizard, wasting all your night talking to a bunch of fucking dummies. Go ahead, do it. I don't care. I'll just listen to music and enjoy my night. Hello?
All right. I think he's made his last hurrah. I hope.
Again, this is all culture.
Hey, Grim, what city are you from? What city you grew up in?
Hold on, yeah. This is
I'm from California.
So, I'm gonna ask you a question. Where are the Asian mayors? Where are the Asian attorney generals? Where are the Asian lawyers? Where are you know what I'm saying? So
they're out there. They're interspersed, but compared to everyone else, they're far and few in between. Like I cited, there are only 15 million Asians in America.